my guest. Welcome back.
Hi. I don't know what happened there. I just dropped off the face of the internet as soon as you started your intro.
As I was saying, welcome to Talking Time with Caffeine. If you just do it, it'll turn out okay. And I have a returning guest again. Introduce yourself.
Sure thing. Howdy there, folks. I'm Doc Dino, as last on a couple weeks back. Happy to return and talk about some dinosaurs.
Awesome. Today, we'll be talking about a branch of dinos called the, if I pronounce this right, Ornithischians.
There's a few ways you can pronounce it. Some people say Ornithischians, some say Ornithischians. I usually say Ornithischians, but there's no real correct way to do it.
Sweet. I made this joke on the Dapper's channel a few hours ago, but like these are some, the lame the civilian term is known as the bird-hip dinosaurs, but with no birds in their descendants.
Yep.
Correct.
It's just a case of convergent evolution. Which weird how that happens.
Yeah. So what can you tell us about these dinosaurs?
Well, they are the bird-hipped dinosaurs. It's weird. The text there is supposed to be gray, so it stands out. But these are the classically herbivorous dinosaurs. If there are any known carnivorous members of this group, then that's news to me. Some might have been omnivores, but this is where you get like your ankylosaurs, your stegosaurs, your ceritopsians, and ornithopods. So some pretty well-known groups, even though they're rarely people's favorites. But when they are, they're cool people.
So are the big dots here the ones we're going to be talking about? The groups?
Yeah, the red dots up here are places where we're going to stop along the family tree. For anyone who isn't familiar with reading these things, we start at the base, all the way on the left, and slowly work our way upwards. Now, keep in mind, we'll be looking at some standouts along the line, but there are a few, let's just say, body types or archetypes of Ornithischians that stay around all the way to the end of the Cretaceous. It's just some weird and wacky creatures kind of branch off as time goes on.
As far as we know, there are no surviving lineages today of this group.
As far as we know, yeah. Which is, it's at the same time kind of surprising and also kind of not, because a lot of things went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous, but there were still plenty of small Ornithischians around. In fact, we'll get into a few a bit later that had some really interesting adaptations that probably helped them survive, like the Triassic and Jurassic extinction events.
Well, there is only, it's not too surprising. There is only one lineage of synapses that are alive today.
True.
It's a big lineage, the mammals, but still, it's only one path survived.
Yeah. All right. Well, first off, we're going to go to that first node on that tree. Those are the heterodontosaurids. You can think of these as kind of the stand-in for your basic Ornithischians. They're mostly small-bodied. They're generalists, so they can be... Some are most likely omnivorous, but most of them would have probably been herbivorous. They might have had some burrowing adaptations. I believe there's at least a few genera that seem to have been pretty good burrowers. And they were probably fluffy. They probably had at least some feathers. And they're just generally little toothy gremlins whenever you look at them.
It looks like this one could either be a biped or quadruped.
Kind of. So this is Heterodontosaurus tucci, and its arms were long enough that it could probably, stand on all fours, reach some low-hanging plants or something, but it probably moved around as a biped for the most part. Also, I do want to cite, because this is important in discussions of dinosaurs, the phylogeny that all this is based on is one from 2021, so it's pretty recent, though
Okay.
I've heard some things have moved around in recent years. It's by Madzia et al. And I had access through it through PubMed, if anyone wants to look it up.
So it's always nice to have the most updated stuff you can get. So so you're saying it's not 20 years old, like a creationist source?
No. I try to stay up to date as much as I can, while still making sure things are well supported. Because things can be new and wrong. You want to go for what's best supported, and this has been cited by quite a few people, so it seems to be pretty robust.
So these could go underground like moles and stuff?
Possibly. At least it appears that they could have dug at least a bit, even if they weren't fabulous at it. As you can see on this reconstruction, they still had all 5 fingers, which most Ornithischians lose later on. So they would have had nice kind of broad hands, pretty good for digging. They still would have had sharp claws, because they were predominantly bipeds. And they were small. Heterodontosaurids, I think the biggest they got was maybe 5 to 6 feet long, which is pretty small for a non-avian dinosaur. And also Eddie McCoy. So the species name is tucci. I'm not sure who that's after, but that suffix means it's named after someone with the name of Tuck.
Anybody have any questions about this clade of dinosaurs before we move on? Any questions at all?
Yeah. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. And yep, I was right. The name honors G.C. Tuck, who apparently helped discover it. Well, I mean, if any questions pop up, we can come back to this slide. But until then, we're probably good to move on. Alrighty. So up next, we have the Thyreophorans. So these are the dinosaurs that will lead to ankylosaurs and stegosaurs. Those groups appear to be pretty closely related, and these are what the most basic members would have looked like. A lot of them have what are called osteoderms, which are literally bones in the skin. They help a lot for defense. If you've ever seen an alligator or a crocodile, you've seen something with osteoderms. It's pretty common in reptiles. But Thyreophorans go all out. They get some pretty big jagged spikes. They get those big display plates. And they also become very dedicated herbivores. Very early on in their evolution, they get really big bellies, and they start moving around quadrupedally.
No, this was the one that surprised me the most when I first heard about the stegosaurs and clydosaurs were that closely related. I was going to say that close related, but yeah, technically that close related.
Yeah, they were. And in fact, we have transitional dinosaurs before the split. So they have characteristics of both. They have the big plates of stegosaurs and spikes of stegosaurs, and the armor plating of ankylosaurs.
Mm.
It's pretty cool.
Nice.
And I do agree the names are a mouthful, but you kind of get that every now and then with extinct groups.
Okay.
Scientists like to be specific. And as for the dinosaurs on screen, we have Scutellosaurus, which I forget where it's from. Let me double check. But it's from the early Jurassic, and it lived in Arizona. So these guys had a fairly global distribution, which is interesting. This is before / right about when the Mid-Atlantic, I believe, started to open up. So these guys got all over the planet. And then they started changing. And then a little later on, in I believe the late Middle Jurassic, we get dinosaurs like Ceritopsians, which, again, I said they got big bellies and they became quadrupeds pretty early. And they definitely did. They just hunkered down, covered themselves in armor, and started eating. Now, of course, evolution is more complicated than that, but it's basically the path they went on.
Yeah.
And they were very successful.
Yeah.
Like, again, this is another group that we have representatives of all the way to the end of the Cretaceous.
As far as we know, none of these were carnivores, or decided to go the carnivore route.
Not dedicated carnivores. I mean, obviously, like most herbivores today, if they came across a fresh carcass, they might have dug in a bit, but they weren't dedicated to it.
Yeah.
Oh, and geez, correct me if I'm wrong. Did you changed the theme of the presentation before we went live, right?
Oh, yeah. It's sometimes it's easier to see it. For some people's eyes, it's easier for black and white. Black.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind in the future, but yeah, I'm just noticing some of the text is darker on your version than it is in mine. So if anyone wants to look up that piece of Ceritopsaurus art, which I would recommend, all of the artists for all of the art pieces in the presentation, they will be on screen, folks, if you want to check them out. Highly encourage it. The Ceritopsaurus in particular is by Teratophonius on DeviantArt.
Yeah.
And then the Scutellosaurus is by Gabriel Ugueto, who he just does so much fabulous work.
All right. Number 5.
Up next. Okay. Now we get into some different different Ornithischia. These are Thescelosaurs. And while they might kind of look like your basic Ornithischia, they get a bit weird. They get shorter arms, but it appears that at least a few of them became burrowers, because we have quite a few of them dead in their own burrows, where it appears they were like killed during a flood or a volcanic eruption. We have a lot of them.
But wait, a flood, not quote the flood.
Yes, a small scale flood. But
almost looks
still,
like
in their burrows, and like we find entire families of these dinosaurs just buried together.
This almost looks like a bird, kind of.
Kinda. So that is Calindodromius, which is one of these Thescelosaurs from, I think it's Russia, somewhere in Asia. And we have feather impressions and scale impressions all over the body. So we know what this thing looked like. It's really cool. And again, I'm saying that again, feathers. These things were fluffy. It appears that feathers, like the original dinosaur, whatever it was probably feathery because we see these in Ornithischians and in Saurischians,
So were
and
these
even in non-dinosaur archosaurs like pterosaurs.
full-fledged feathers, or like more like downy baby bird feathers, or somewhere in between?
Downy feathers are, they're not quite downy feathers, but those might be one of the closer analogs in the modern day. But yeah, they would have been fluffy. And let's see, there's one of these from China. Let me see if I can. Yes, something Lugiatun.
Why is it?
Changmiania, Lugiatunensis, where we found just, I think it was, yeah, there was one specimen where there was just a pair of them curled around each other in a burrow.
Like
Changmiania.
like a couple or a family?
Yeah. Oh, geez, I'm having trouble finding an image that particular specimen, but Wikipedia has a, oh, come on, if it'll behave, Wikipedia has a really good photo, and I'll send I'll send you the link if you want to pop it up on screen. It's really cool because, like I said, these were burrowers, so we get really good fossils of these guys. And we have them all the way to the end of the Cretaceous again. The dinosaur this group is named for, the Celosaurus, lived with Tyrannosaurus Rex in the Hell Creek.
Any famous ones that we might know in this lineage, or these like not known by the public that well?
What was that?
Said any famous ones in their family tree that we might know about? Or,
They not a lot of people know about many of these, I think.
okay.
Like a lot of people don't pay attention to the small dinosaurs. They look at the big ones, you know. But dinosaurs were a very diverse group, and they did a whole lot of things.
I guess that happens when you live over 100 million years.
Yeah. Let's see. Yep, mammals weren't the only burrowers. I agree. They're pretty cute. And yeah, it should remind you of a bird. They are related, at least distantly.
And not as close to some dinosaurs, but still dinosaurs.
Yeah. Would you mind popping up the link I sent you on Discord?
Oh, you sent me on Discord. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you sent me on private chat.
Oh yeah, there is a private chat here. I can post it there too. But it really is exquisite, and as far as we know, they appear to have died sleeping, probably suffocated by volcanic ash
1 second.
or volcanic gases, because the burrows are filled with ash.
Figure this out. over here. Check. 1 second.
Let's see. What can I say in the meantime? Oh, yep. Here we go. So again, this is Changmyanya. I have a lot of trouble saying that name. But it's another one of these little thessaliosaurs from China, and it's far from the only one. It is tragic, yeah, but what was it?
I thought something a question I thought about before.
Okay. What was the question?
Okay, hold on. Backing up. Okay. The area each of these came from.
Oh, sure.
Do you know area what each of these clades started from? Have their start from? They might later. They might have they might have diversified other places.
Well, the places they originated are a bit hard to say.
Okay.
Heterodontosaurus here is from South Africa, but we have heterodontosaurs from everywhere, I think.
Yeah. Well, eventually, yeah, they all in a few million years, and probably very small continent. If anything, in the beginning Triassic, no continent divided. They could probably spread all over the place. In the Triassic, since we're still one big continent.
Yeah, and same for the Thyreophorans, because folks here, keep in mind, the latest we're going to go in this presentation is the earliest part of the late Jurassic. We are not hitting where dinosaurs hit their absolute peak yet, or started to hit their stride. They're still kind of in the growing phase.
Yeah,
but you can see hints of what would come later.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a future episode.
Yes, we will. Because in that episode, you're going to see all of these groups just go absolutely nuts.
Right. And do we know what this is, Africa too, or someplace else?
Calindodromes? Let me double check. I know it's from Asia. Yep, it's from Russia.
Okay.
The one above it, Ornithodromius. Ornithodromius is from Montana, actually. From the Middle Cretaceous. The new hypothesis that Ornithischians descended from Silosaurs. We did not go over that here. We did talk about that a bit in the previous episode, though. So, to give a bit of background, the origins of the groups of dinosaurs are not super well understood. Because it happened a long time ago. Most of these groups probably first appeared in the early to middle Jurassic, and then the earliest representatives of them we have that are identifiable are from like the late Jurassic or the Cretaceous. This happens with a lot of groups, like dromaeosaurs. Dromaeosaurs are also really bad at this. I think one of the oldest ones we have is Utahraptor, which is nuts.
Yeah. We'll get to that in a future episode, but is that what they confused the velociraptors for in Jurassic Park, Utahraptors?
No. So in Jurassic Park, and it's very explicit in the book, The velociraptors are based on Deinonychus, me. They are too big and they should have feathers, but they are definitely Deinonychus. Um, they are explicitly Deinonychus. Uh, they're based on a very controversial idea, by which I mean one person put it forward and put it in his book, and then Michael Crichton read that book when he was writing Jurassic Park, that Deinonychus was really an American species of velociraptor.
Okay, because I remember the Utah raptor came around was discovered around the same time the movie came out.
It was discovered while Jurassic Park was in production.
And unlike the velociraptors, it actually was could be the size. The velociraptors were much smaller than they said they were. It was actually the size of it. So I thought that might be one of the, but totally wrong family tree.
Yeah, they're not too distantly related. But there is a big time gap, and the morphology is pretty different.
But we will get to that time gap in either next episode or an episode after that, depending if we go after theropods or sauropods. Sauropod
Yeah.
morphs, theropod morphs next.
Yes, and that will be far down the line, because the first dromaeosaurs we have are early Cretaceous.
All right. Next.
Not counting birds. All right. Then, this is our second to last group for today. These are the Marginocephalians. So that's a long word. Let's break it down. I just realized probably should have done that for the last few. But Marginocephalian, so cephala or cephalus means head. Margino, well, I mean, what English word does that sound like? Margin. They have a border around their head, specifically on the back of their head. They have a shelf back there. And these are a group of unarmored Ornithischians, except for that head. The heads of Marginocephalians are pretty solidly built, even starting off. And they have that little kind of head shield, though it's a little too small to be used as a shield. And they probably had some fluff, too. From later Marginocephalians, like Psittacosaurus, we know that even in the middle early Cretaceous, they still had some feathers on their tails. And if you wanted to pick a group of Ornithischians to be generalists other than Heterodontosaurids, you could probably pick these guys. Like, they, starting out, had really robust tooth batteries. So just big chunks of teeth in their jaws, as well as beaks, really sharp beaks. And there have been some hypotheses floated that they might have been more omnivorous than we'd think. I'm not sure how the data on that shakes out, especially with the earlier ones, but as you can see, this little Ceritopsian is shown, well, Marginocephalian is shown raiding a nest.
So Ceratopians, is this where the Proceratops and Triceratops came from?
Yep, this line will eventually lead to Ceritopsians and Pachycephalosaurs.
And do we,
Okay.
and do we know around which area these got their origin from?
So with the Marginocephalians, we have a decent signal, by which I mean we basically only find the early ones in Asia.
Okay.
And then they appear to radiate out in the sort of later, early / middle Cretaceous. But for a long time, they appear to be a mostly Asian group,
And
and they
these
do
got
stay
their
all the way to the end.
origins in the we're still in the Jurassic in their origin, right?
Yes, they would have originated in the probably in more in the middle Jurassic
Oh,
rather than the
we're in the
late Jurassic.
Jurassic now. Okay, I didn't know
Yeah.
if I haven't known if we had the big continental divide between Gondwana and Eurasia had happened yet. Laurasia had happened yet. If we were still one continent, or we're two now.
I believe it has happened by now. Yes. And we have someone asking, how did this animal survive? Probably pretty well. Like we have enough Ceritopsians as time goes on to know they did really well. Honestly, if you want to think of a modern analog for them, probably the best one would be like a modern pig or a suids, which, while yes, they are common prey species, they're also everywhere. And they'll eat just about anything. And they do really, really, really well.
This was invading a nest. You said it was like eating it, so it was eating other. It might be a carnivore then, or at least that.
This is just the artwork.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure we have any direct fossil evidence of them preying on other animals. It's just the artwork. I thought it looked good.
Pinworm.
There's not really a lot of good art of this genus specifically.
Pinworm brings up a good question. In the links down the description below, Dr. Dino here has a GoFundMe, Venmo, and Cash Apps and other stuff below. You want to check it out. The links are linked down below, plus some of my stuff too. If you feel like if you're extra, it would be extra generous and get some of my merch too. But yeah, all of his links are down below. Cash App, all that stuff for Dr. Dino, and GoFundMe.
Yes, thank you. I was thinking we could probably go into that more at the end. I could talk about it more now if you want. It's up to you. It's your stream.
We can go. And he had a question, so I was just telling you where we could go.
That's fair. Yes, links in the description. You can do GoFundMe, or if you want to donate to me directly, because GoFundMe does take a cut. There is also Venmo and Cash App in the description. Don't feel like you have to donate, though, but anything that is donated does help.
And finally, the last group today.
Yes, the last group, sort of. So these are the Ornithopods. And whenever you think of a small generic dinosaur, these probably pop in your mind for very, very good reason. Ornithopods are possibly the... Sorry, there's some weird noise coming through. I think your microphone.
I'm not sure how.
Sorry, there was some like really high pitched feedback I was hearing.
Weird. It shouldn't be. I have my headphones on, so.
Sorry, maybe that was just me. These headphones are kind of dying. Anyway, ornithopods, as far as we have them, going back in time all the way to the end of the Cretaceous, are extremely successful. Most of them are pretty small, they're pretty agile, they're bipeds still. They keep that trait, although later ones do go down on all fours, probably for most of the time, though they could retain the ability to run on their hind legs. And they're still kind of generalists. Like, what data we have for their diets, it's like stomach contents and, coprolites, it seems they just kind of ate a little bit of everything. Staying as bipeds, they could reach up high and down low to the ground, just mowing down whatever they wanted.
So these could have been omnivores then.
Probably they would have been herbivores,
Okay.
but I'm just saying, like, whatever plant matter they wanted to eat, they could probably just eat it. I talked before about how the Marginocephalians had robust, like, tooth batteries. The ornithopods take it to an absolutely insane extent. Like, they basically just have 4 huge sharpening blocks in their mouth that they use to grind their food. They're some of the only dinosaurs that develop an almost mammal-like method of chewing. Actually,
Hmm.
it's kind of crazy. Um, but for this time period, they're still small. This here Dryosaurus is from the end of the Jurassic because though we know they had to have diverged by the middle Jurassic, we don't have many of them. Uh, what we do have is pretty incomplete. Um, but even into the late Jurassic, there are some bigger ones, but most of them are pretty small. They're small, they're fast, and they are everywhere. Like, even if it's only a few scattered bones, we have these things on every continent.
Nice. And do you know where they got their origins from?
That I don't think we know.
All right.
They, like, we have some faint echoes of them in Europe, I think, and then they just appear everywhere. But I do believe that is all for this episode's presentation.
Anybody have any questions about? Anybody have any questions for any of these particular clades? We can
Sure.
ask. Meanwhile, while we wait for questions, can you tell us a little bit about your GoFundMe and stuff?
Yes, I can. So, for anyone who doesn't know me, I am Doc Dino, Doctor Dino. I am a
Not to be
YouTuber.
confused with
Yes.
another person claimed to be Dr. Dino.
Well, yes, my name is a parody of his. Um, I like to talk about dinosaurs and geology and stuff here on YouTube. But in my daily life, I am a volunteer fossil preparator when I'm not working. Uh, and I'm hoping to eventually do that full time. Go to museums, clean fossils, organize collections, stuff like that. Be more of a paleontologist than just in a volunteer capacity. And this summer, I am organizing an expedition to do some field work towards that end. I am hoping to go out to the Badlands of Wyoming in order to track down the original dig site that some fossils came from that are in my university's collection. Should be a fun 2 to 4 weeks, depending on how much funding I get. And yeah, it should be a really fun time. If you want to donate, again, you don't have to, but if you do, I will be doing, or I will, sorry, words. Whatever you donate, if I do not use it on my expedition, which I shouldn't use all of it, will be donated to a local museum fund. So,
All right. We have
should be good.
a question.
Okay. What is your favorite Ornithischian? Well, we're probably not going to see it for a little bit, but it is a member of the Thyreophorans. It's called Stegoros. It's a small ankylosaur with a giant battle axe for a tail. It looks super absurd, but I love it. It is so cute and it's so spiky. It's like the size of a big sheep, so you could have it as a pet. How about you?
Let's see on this. Hmm. I think I forget what's clade It's the one, the ones with the battering ram heads.
Pachycephalosaurus.
Are they in this? Are those in the same clade as the duckbill dinosaurs? The quote duckbill dinosaurs.
They're not. They are actually closest related to the Ceritopsians. Also, I just sent you a
Okay.
link to an image of my favorite dinosaur. It's in the private chat this time.
I will put it up real fast.
Katina has a fun question. How can hypotheses on their behaviors be tested? That's a good question, and that depends on which dinosaurs we're talking about. So when it comes to stuff like pachycephalosaurs, like we were just talking about, we think they butted heads for a few reasons. First, because they have big armored heads, like, say, bighorn sheep or a lot of other modern animals that we know butt heads. Their skull has a really unique morphology for a dinosaur. So if you look at a human skull, your spinal cord enters your head through the very bottom. That's actually kind of weird. For most animals, it comes in through kind of the back of the head. For Pachycephalosaurs, it's the same way. So that would have made it so they could really easily lower their head and bash something with that dome without risking injury to their spine. And then, to top it all off, a large percentage of the Pachycephalosaur skulls we find have dents in them that match other Pachycephalosaur heads. We have similar data for dinosaurs like ankylosaurs. There was a really, really famous paper that came out a couple of years ago for a dinosaur called Zuul, Zuul, where the researchers did, they took measurements of its body and realized, hey, this thing has tail club shaped dents covering its flanks. And then they started looking at other tail club holding ankylosaurs, and they found the same marks in a lot of them. So it seems like they were bashing each other with those clubs. Now you can't find data like that for every behavior. There's always going to be some element of speculation when it comes to dinosaurs with any extinct animal.
So,
but some of it can be supported, and it's pretty cool when it is.
I just thought of something. So, is there on the clades that we looked at today, basic clades at least today, was there one clade that had their quote weapon or whatever it's called on the back end, and the clade had their weapon on the front end?
Not really out of those we looked at today.
Okay,
the Marginocephalians would eventually get there, but
because I know the Stegosaurs and Ankylosaurs were in one section that had their back ends, and the Triceratops and the head butters. I can't remember their name. Was on the front end.
Pachycephalosaurs.
Yeah, I don't know if they were. Those two were in the same clade area too.
Yeah, and it. But dinosaurs are cool.
Yep.
But I mean, all of these things, like if they needed to, they could probably bite pretty hard. Most of them have beaks, and those that don't usually have pretty nasty fangs.
Turtles have beaks, but they can still bite your feet. If you get anywhere near their mouth.
Oh yeah, snapping turtles are vicious.
Even the herbivores. I don't know about us, but I saw a short YouTube video about herbivore some herbivore tortoises, and once a big one saw the little ones were in his territory, he started going after it. Like, this is my land, buddy. So planning years can be just as vicious as meteors sometimes.
Okay, well, do anyone have any other questions?
Yeah, I do. Were these warm-blooded too, or was that just on the other side?
Uh, so I'd have to double check the data on that, but I would be surprised if they weren't warm-blooded.
I didn't
At
know.
least when it comes to the smaller ones.
Yeah, I didn't know when that warm-bloodedness started in their family, if it was convergent or in different lineages, or a basal lineage of dinosaurs.
I would say so. Starting out, at least for all these groups, they're small. Most of them have feathers. You don't see a whole lot of cold-blooded animals with feathers or fluff like fur, stuff like that, because they don't need to really regulate their body temperature. You have it for animals that do need to regulate it, and that's what we call being warm-blooded. So at least for the ones that have confirmed feathers, it's probably pretty likely that they had warm blood. And I'm double checking because you can get body temperatures or body temperature estimates from other things. Like your teeth actually retain a record of your body temperature. So do eggs. And I'm looking through a paper right now that um words. Wow. I'm looking through a paper right now that talks about body temperature estimates based off of eggshells. Let's see. Okay, results. So I'm reading through this now, but the temperatures are based on modern animal body temperatures and their eggshells. Bone growth rings, yes, they can. You can't really do that with fossils, though, in most cases, because most fossil bones are not original material, at least when it comes to dinosaur age ones.
Despite what some crazies might tell you.
Yeah. Oh, they actually have a pretty good. They have a pretty good sample size here. So let's see, morphology of eggshells. Come on. Come on. Okay. So.
I need a picture. Yeah, I need picture share. I need picture share.
Is there a way for me to share my screen?
Yes, just go to that little arrow, computer arrow thing.
I got it. So here are their results. So again, these are body temperature measurements based on modern animals. And so there's a wide range for theropods, which I find pretty interesting. For ornithopods, though, so like this is a Myosora up here, it has an estimated body temperature of about like 43, 44 degrees Celsius. which I think puts it right around what modern birds get. Like on the higher end, but still within what birds have. Uh, Same for some of these theropods. I'm curious about these lower ones, though. Those are low for what I would expect. Um, hmm,
Right, and I think the last question
interesting.
that we have right now is
Oh, possibly a capacity for heterothermic metabolism. Okay, so they can operate at different temperatures
hmm,
depending on the environment. I think there are some animals that, um, I think I could be wrong. I think bears do that. Like I think their body temperature drops when they hibernate. I could be wrong about that. It's pretty cool though. Wonder how accurate the Jurassic Park movies are with dinosaurs. See, it's weird. The first Jurassic Park movie is almost like a time capsule. There are some problems, but on the whole, the dinosaurs that you see in that movie are very accurate for the time. The raptors should have had feathers, but well, actually, they were originally planned to have feathers, but they couldn't due to technological limitations. They just couldn't get it to look good with the CGI they had access to.
and and surprisingly, that's one of the few CGI movies that still hold up to today's standards. I think.
Yeah, because they knew what they could do and what they couldn't do.
Or shouldn't, or
That's also why most of the time when you see a dinosaur in that movie, it's an animatronic, not CGI.
that couldn't do and shouldn't do.
Yes, yes. Um, for Jurassic Park, for the later movies, a lot of them, like 2 and 3, are still decently good
Well, when
when
they
it comes to accuracy.
yeah, well, when they got into mixed genes, that kind of went off the rails there. Maybe.
Yeah, the Jurassic World movies are all over the place. Some of the reconstructions are stellar, like the Carnotaurus. Others are utterly horrific, like how they completely downgraded the Triceratops and the Stegosaurus. The Apatosaurus is awful,
And they gave the
and so is
mosasaur
the Sinoceratops.
steroid. They gave the mosasaur steroids. I heard.
Well, the Mosasaur size is just abs. It's inconsistent between shots. But even at its smallest, I think it's 1.5 to 2 times the size of the largest recorded mosasaur. um, oh,
And
Katina is asking how on earth is the body temperature determined? Um, would you mind posting this link in your chat?
sure.
So they go over how they get it in this paper. Long story short, uh, there are different forms an element can take, different weights or masses. We call these different weights and masses isotopes. Different isotopes will deposit at different rates at different temperatures. So, like, let's say you grow calcite crystals in your lab. If you run the experiment at 20 degrees Celsius, um, you might get more of the, I think you might get more of the lower weight oxygen and carbon and calcium in your calcite. And you can pick that up when you run it through a mass spectrometer. If you do it at 30 degrees, you'll get more of the heavier elements, 40 degrees, even more, so on and so forth. So after you do those experiments, or you analyze what the results are from living animals that you can monitor the body temperature of. You can replicate it on unknown animals. And you can test those results with animals you just haven't measured yet, and then go on to like extinct animals, which is what they did here. It's the same process.
Awesome.
The one Inworm got something from your Amazon list. That's cool.
Yeah, thank you. Like I said, if you want to support him or me, links are down below. Fund his go. Wow, fun there. Go fund his GoFundMe for his summer trip.
Grazie. And for anyone who's interested in learning more about this stuff, there's a bunch of papers on it. I think they started coming out in like 2007 or something, and they've just kept coming out every year since then. They're really cool, and they're doing it for more and more dinosaurs. We're getting more data. So far, it appears a lot of dinosaurs had body temperatures like birds. And what's really funny is once you get to a certain point, like being a sauropod, it's more important to figure out how to just dump heat than it is to gain heat, which might be part of why sauropods have such long necks and tails, just to help dump that heat. It's cool.
Yeah. Too bad. Too bad the sauropods. Again, we'll talk about next time. But too bad the sauropods suffer from that situation that giraffes have with their nerve worse than they do.
Oh yeah, it gets bad in sauropods. Temper. I'm trying to find a good graph for it.
While we're waiting for it, we're waiting for that. You have the audience out there, unless Dr. Dino's already decided. Next episode in a month or two, depending on a month or two, depending when he's free again. Would you like us to talk about the basal sauropods next, or the basal tetrapods tetrapods?
Tetrapods.
Not the really basal.
I think we're a little beyond that.
Sauropodomorphs or God.
Theropods.
Theropods. Next.
It's okay. It happens. It happens.
Basal tetrapods.
Here. So this is a fairly good graph, though it depends. So here's kind of what I was talking about. So depending on the water in an area, you're going to have different isotopes of the water in different concentrations. As the temperature gets higher, you're going to have more heavy water, quote unquote. As it gets lower, you're going to have less heavy water. At least in proportion. And yeah, that's just kind of how it goes. You can measure this really easily. You can measure it in your own rainfall if you collect it and send it off to a lab to have it analyzed via mass spectrometry. You can figure out where your water came from. I had to do that. I actually had to do it in a lab. And yeah, here's another graph. This is measuring it in looks like travertine. It's pretty cool. Whichever seems more organic.
Well, maybe I'll put up a poll or something, or unless you want to decide.
It'd be a fun way to do it.
Any last questions before, since this is a short episode today? Any last minute questions?
I think I'm good.
All right. Okay. Besides your big summer trip, anything else coming up that you want to advertise?
Nothing right now. I'm working on a couple new shorts, so hopefully those will be out before long. Other than that, I think I'm good.
All right. All right. Okay. All right. For me, in 2 weeks, I will be concluding my Before Earth mini series, where the Earth finally arrives. The star of the show is finally here. And then it's no longer Before Earth, because it is Earth. And then next week, we'll be reviewing my friend's That Pissed Me Off YouTube series, while we go back in time and look how cringy and accurate some of his old videos are. So look forward to that.
Sounds like fun.
Do you have a catchphrase you'd like to say at the end of your streams?
Huh? Just have a good day, folks. Thanks for joining us. And see you soon.
As I always say, never stop learning. Enjoy the randomness. We'll see you next time. Bye. If you just do it, it'll turn out okay. And today we are welcoming back, after a long vacation time, Dr. Dino.
Yes, hello there, folks. Sorry that the series has been on pause for a while. I've been pretty busy doing field work out in Wyoming.
Ooh. Have you found your own species or genus of dinosaur yet?
Well, I found a lot of dinosaurs. Not sure if any of them are a new species yet or not, but hey, who knows?
Awesome.
Alrighty.
But today we are getting back.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
And I think you have the power to control this if you want to.
I do? I do. Oh, that's fun. Oh, wait. Oh, did you download it from Google Docs or?
Yeah, but
okay. I had some animations in here that.
Oh, you want to redo it then?
I can just control it. Just a sec. There's the share screen button. There. And would you mind just popping that up?
Sure, 1 second. 1 second.
Alrighty. And to the people in the chat, yes, more time in Wyoming. I'm thinking of staying here permanently. Or at least for now. We'll have to see. Turns out you can do a little bit of field work during the winter as long as there's not too much snow.
You can't dig in the snow?
It's not a good idea to dig in snow. It's pretty easy for fossils to get lost in the snow. The cold makes them more brittle, and just thawing and refreezing is really bad for fossils.
What water and ice are bad for rocks? I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, they're pretty awful. Let's see. Is there anything you want to talk about before we get started, or should we begin?
Nothing really. Just if you want to donate to the channel, I have a PayPal, Venmo, and a Patreon down below. Want to buy stuff? We have wish lists. I should add yours if you have one or something to the description. But other than that, yeah, want to help help both our channels out? Just feel free to.
Yep,
we won't say
and my
no.
channel is recently again remonetized. So if anyone has any dinosaur questions, feel free to send them in via super chat, and they'll get highlighted for us.
Yeah,
Make it real easy to answer.
If you want to share this channel with a lot of people, watch it 5 million times, so I can get remonetized again. So, yeah, I won't complain. But in the meantime, let's get to some learning.
All right. So today, in today's episode, we're going to be going over one of the more famous groups of dinosaurs, though you probably don't recognize them by name. The Thyreophora.
At least the group name.
The armored dinosaurs.
Yeah, at least the group name. Once we get to the individual names, you might understand a few of them.
Oh, there'll be a few people recognizing here. This is the group that includes animals like Stegosaurus and Ankylosaurus. Wow, I'm a paleontologist. My brain doesn't work sometimes. Oh yeah, right. I forgot to introduce myself. It has been a little bit. Should probably do that. I'm Dr. Dino, or Doc for short. I'm not an actual doctor, at least not yet, but I am a paleontologist, again, doing work out in Wyoming. And I like to talk about dinosaurs and teach people about dinosaurs, so Vindalia and I started this little series. And yes, as Tap says, ice is bad for rock or for fossils in the same way it's bad for roads. Very bad.
Oh, right. Oh, and this contains real fossils.
Yes, it does. So in my time doing field work out here in Wyoming, I found quite a few dinosaur fossils, some of which are from members of this group. And I have been given the okay to show some of them. Oh, and my channel is monetized. So if you want to send super chats, I think you have to send them on my channel. I didn't see a button for yours, Vandalia.
Yep, I have. Unfortunately, I do not have the view count yet for YouTube to consider me important.
Well, I don't think he considers any of us important, but yeah, fair. So if you want to send a super chat with a dino question, you can do that on my channel, or you can just at one of us and we will see it. It's just that super chats highlight it, so it makes it easier to stand out from the rest of the chat. Anywho, so the Thyreophorans are the armored dinosaurs, again, like Stegosaurus and Ankylosaurus. I believe the name translates to shield bearer, which, kind of makes sense. And they get kind of weird for dinosaurs, at least. A lot of them get really heavy and thick with like 5 Cs.
Dinosaurs weird? That's it. That's impossible.
Weirder than most. Most dinosaurs stay somewhat lightly built, at least more than you think they would for their size. But Thyreophorans go all in on just being super heavy. Oh, and Dr. Tapioca Weasel is gifting memberships over on my channel. Thank you, Tap. Just going to read these out quick. They went to Sydney Raptor, Native Atheist, Triceratops, Kanji Broth, and Ashton Richards. Thank you, a Dr. Tapioca Weasel, who, unlike me, is an actual doctor. And all right, shall we begin?
Sure.
Alrighty. So, it has been a little bit since we've had these. Okay, I'm sorry, I was about to start, but from Rana K in my chat, I'm trying to remember where I heard ankylosaurs described as coffee tables with attitude. I don't think I've heard that description before, but that is entirely accurate. That's great. Anywho, since it has been a while, what is a dinosaur? Dinosaurs are a group within archosaurs, which themselves are a subgroup of reptiles.
Which are a subgroup of
archosaurs-
amniotes, which are a subgroup of vertebrates.
True, but we're trying not to get too generalized here. Archosaurs are different from the other main group of reptiles, Lepidosaurs, by virtue of being, well, more upright in general. Even your average crocodilian still has a semi-upright gait. And they generally have a much higher metabolism as well. Not many archosaurs would have been what we call cold-blooded, whereas almost every modern reptile is. Though it turns out our modern crocodilians might be a really weird exception to that rule. But even then, they have a higher metabolism than other reptiles, so it's kind of funky.
If you want to hear more about the crocodiles, check out our last co-op episode. We talked about them and the pterosaurs.
That's right. And yeah, dinosaurs took over the world, as most people say, during the Mesozoic era, from about 220 to 65 or 66 million years ago. They were the dominant form of life on land. Some may have been semi-aquatic. We don't know any fully aquatic ones yet. Some learned how to fly, aka birds, and not birds, because of course dinosaurs had to evolve to fly multiple times, because of course they did. And today, we're focusing on one of the stranger body types within Dinosauria, the Thyreophorans.
And they are when we talked about before, the ornith. I still can't say that name.
It's okay. The Ornithischians, which translates to bird hip, which, if you know anything about dinosaurs, you know that bird hip dinosaurs did not give rise to birds, but these categories were invented in the 1800s. It'd be more surprising if they completely held up today. Also, my glasses are reflecting, so I'm going to take them off.
Yeah. Science is cool, but sometimes they have bad names.
Well, it's not a bad name. I can actually pull up an image here. So the structure of an ornithischian hip does look superficially like a bird hip, hence the name Ornithischian. The problem is we only figured out a century later that it was a superficial resemblance. Ornithischian dinosaurs seem to have evolved this hip structure as a way to move their guts back farther into their body, and modern birds did the same thing. So, convergent evolution, what's that?
Yeah.
And we will see it when we get back to theropods eventually. But on the line towards birds, you do see their pelvis slowly transition to be more bird-like. It's very gradual, but it's pretty neat.
Hopefully we'll get to that part sometime in 2025. Given our schedules.
Oh wow, I thought you were joking, but no, 2025 is next year. Why? I don't like that. Oh, also, I see I have a paleontologist friend in the chat. Hey, Vanessa. She's another paleontologist who I have been doing a lot of field work with and have been learning a lot from. Some of the stuff in here I learned from her. Anywho. So now we're going to focus in more, not just on Dinosauria, now specifically on Thyreophorans. So these dinosaurs first appear in the early Jurassic. There might be some fragmentary members at the latest end of the Triassic, but I don't think any of that is confirmed right now.
Well, get on it in your next dig.
What was that?
Get on that in your next dig.
Maybe someday. Who knows? I usually deal with younger rocks than the late Triassic. Though there are some exposures nearby, so maybe. Anywho, pretty early on in their evolution, we see this major split within Thyreophora. One group goes tall and flat, and the other group goes short and flat. The tall ones are stegosaurs, and the short ones are ankylosaurs.
So do we know why they went their separate directions?
We don't, unfortunately, at least not right now. Sadly, this split happened or appears to have happened in the early/middle Jurassic, and we don't have a ton of rocks from that time period, at least not in most parts of the world. Tap has done his thing again, and he is sharing more memberships. Well, one went to the random wolf. So thank you, Tap. I don't see any others. It's kind of odd. Well, hopefully they show up sometime. Anyway, no, we don't know why the split occurs.
Yeah, no dinosaur journals saying why the feud happened and why they went their separate directions.
Unfortunately, the fossil record is horrifically incomplete. With that said, one of the earlier Thyreophorans we do have is called Ceritopsaurus up here. This depiction is from the game Prehistoric Kingdom. It's in early access on Steam, and they're doing a fantastic job of bringing all kinds of prehistoric creatures to life with just stunning degrees of accuracy. Genuinely some of the best dinosaur designs I've seen in any game ever. And this is just one of the ones they knocked out of the park. Even so, with this Celotosaurus can be either. Even though it's one of the earliest members of the group we have, it's already super derived. It's already evolved a ton of the traits that continue through the rest of Thyreophora. It's covered in armored spikes. It's very low to the ground. And it has very short rear legs, even though it appears to have been a biped, which is kind of interesting.
So this is before it decided to go back to its quadrupedal lifestyle.
Yes, it appears to be. With that said, at least with the Stegosaur lineage, it appears that many of them still retained some bipedal abilities all the way to the end. Now, by some, I don't mean that they were running around on their hind legs, though I've heard they might have done that as babies. I don't know if there's any research to support that. But they could at least rear up, even as adults, even some of the later ones. Ankylosaurs, they really hunker down with the armor, so much so that they can't do that anymore.
So what are the closest group of dinosaurs to this group?
To this group? Well, let me go back a page. I will say that this is somewhat outdated, but for our purposes, it's still pretty decent. Sorry, this chart. Thyreophorans are probably the earliest branch of Geniosauria,
So
which includes most of the things we consider to be Ornithischian dinosaurs. There are some very early things that split off beforehand called the Heterodontosaurs, which we have talked about before. They're honestly little rat-like things with these big fangs that appear to have been covered in feathers. So Thyreophorans might have lost that secondarily, which is kind of interesting, because we actually have some with beautiful skin impressions that don't show any feathers.
So these are basically the first group that branched off from the O dinosaurs.
After Heterodontosaurs, yes. So they're more basal than like your typical duck-billed dinosaurs. They're more basal than your Ceritopsians, and more basal than your Pachycephalosaurs. They branched off early, and they went off and did their own thing. Well, they did a couple of their own things. One of these kind of sputtered out. The other lasted to the very end of the Age of Dinosaurs. We'll see which is which soon. Yes, this is the basic split. And from here in the presentation, we're going to be going down the Stegosaur line first, then the Ankylosaur side.
Because they were in the Jurassic as the one the Cretaceous.
There are Jurassic Ankylosaurs. They don't get talked about very much, but they do exist. And there will be, I think, a couple of those in this presentation, actually.
Cool. Okay, you out there in the press, speak up against for the Jurassic Ankylosaurs more. Why don't you? No one talks about them.
No more ankylosaur censorship. All right. And here is one of the earliest stegosaurs we have. This is Huyangosaurus from China. Huyangosaurus is, well, like I just said, a very early stegosaur. It's so early that it might have been a facultative biped. A lot of its weight is still pretty far back over its hips, and its arms are actually really lightly built. We do know, though, that it had tall, thin plates on its back and a lot of spikes. Some of these spikes may have been over the hips. They may also have been shoulder spikes. We're not sure. I don't believe they were found in place. But we do know that it did have a lot of tail spikes. And you will see these tail spikes in every stegosaur. And kind of in some ankylosaurs. For whatever reason, this lineage decided to weaponize their tails. And some of them got pretty crazy with it. According to Vanessa, Jurassic ankylosaurs are at the Museum of the Rockies. That does not surprise me at all. I know the Wyoming Dinosaur Center has one too, but Vanessa doesn't like that museum very much. Anyway, yes, this is an early stegosaur. It's from about 160 million years ago, which is another thing you're going to notice with this presentation. You can see the age that each dinosaur is from up here. All of the stegosaurs are going to be in a very narrow span of time. Very narrow. Which is kind of weird. And we're already to the end of the Jurassic. This is Kentrosaurus. This one comes from East Africa and was a very, very spiky dinosaur. I'm not sure if it has the most spikes of any known stegosaurid, but it sure does have a lot of them. I believe it... let's see, does this have the right count? Yes, I believe it is 6 spikes, or 6 pairs of spikes from the back to the tail, and then another pair of spikes on the end of the tail. It also had some very small little plates. And we actually have a lot of Kentrosaurus. We have a couple dozen specimens, or a couple dozen individuals, I believe. So I think it is one of the most populous stegosaurs as well. Also, the people are planning my doom in the chat. That's lovely. Anyway.
So this side, halfway down the plate side, like, you know what? I'll no more plates. I'm going for spikes now.
Yeah, pretty much. Stegosaurs, I haven't looked at the structure of the plates myself, but it appears to be that the spikes were really easy to turn into plates, and the plates were really easy to turn into spikes. And they just did it all the time. There's a bunch of stegosaurs that only have 4 spikes on the end of their tail. There's a ton that are covered in spikes. It just seems to be a super variable thing, which is really weird, because these would have been super expensive to produce, just biologically. These would have taken a ton of calories and a ton of resources. And that is a good question, Mark Agamotto. So Mark in the chat is asking if the plates were for heat transfer. Probably not. At least with stegosaurids like Stegosaurus specifically, their plates appeared to have been covered in thick sheets of keratin, the same stuff that makes up your fingernails. Keratin isn't really great at absorbing heat or transferring heat. It's kind of more of a biological insulator. That's why we have hair made out of keratin.
So they
It
weren't like
seems
sorry,
oh,
they
go
weren't
ahead.
so they weren't like the sails and the and like oh god Metrodons.
So with Dimetrodon and early synapsids, there's a chance those might have been for heat transfer.
Or they might have
A
been
better
just
chance, I would say, because we know
sexual.
they had at least some degree of skin between the sails,
Uh, or they might
but
have
we
been just
don't know for certain. They were all
this
those
might have been
were
for sexual selection, showing off.
with so with Stegosaurids. It seems likely, at least to me, they were probably for display. At least the plates. The spikes were fully functional weapons, and we have fossil evidence that they were used as such.
I wonder if they are used more for defense or more for competing against other stegosaurs.
I mean, could be a combination of both, honestly. I don't know. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of stuff in the fossil record we just don't know, but usually when animals make big, flashy structures, they use them to display. I mean, why would you build a billboard if you're not going to put an ad on it, right?
Yeah.
And this is also another stegosaur, a much later one that might have been a facultative biped. There's been a lot of research put into Kentrosaurus since we have so many animals, and it seems to have been very much able to just rear up on its hind legs and maybe walk for short periods of time. Now, that could have just been for getting food, it might have just been for the males when it came to sexy time, but it appears it was easy for them to rear up, which is kind of interesting. It's not something you see very often. There's a lot of stuff you don't see depicted very often with Thyreophorans.
Tapioca has a
Oh,
question.
okay. How many? Does Kent reference Kent? Oh, never mind. Never mind. I lost the pun game. Thank you. Thank you, Tap. Anyway, if you're interested in learning more about Kentrosaurus specifically, I have a second channel with a few other paleontologist friends where we talk about dinosaur depictions in media. And we have an episode on Kentrosaurus. I've given Vandalia the link to this presentation. I'll put the link in my description as well. If any of you are interested in seeing that video, check it out. We go pretty in depth. I think we talk about it for like 40 minutes. And next, we have a very interesting stegosaur. This is Miragaia. And the weird thing about this one is it seems to have converged with sauropods a little bit. Because Miragaia has the longest neck of any known stegosaur, or, well, Thyreophoran, full stop, actually. Okay, and no, Tap, Kentrosaurus is not named after Kenthovend. I gotta nip this in the bud. So, Kentro here is an alternative spelling of, I think it's Latin, centro, Centro. You can see this in words like Centrosaurus, Centromere, stuff like that. Kentrosaurus got the alternative spelling because Centrosaurus, another dinosaur, was already named, and they didn't want to change the name, I guess. It basically just translates to spiked lizard. And yes, Doctor Dino is a parody of Kenthovend. Yes, Tap, you know this. Wait, why are you... Tap, why are you trying to send Vanessa a massage gun? What are you doing to me? Okay. Miragaia. Miragaia. So, unfortunately, this stegosaur is also kind of fragmentary. We have the neck, we have some limb elements, and some other vertebrae, and I believe we also have a couple of tail spikes. But beyond that, we don't really have a ton of it. And it's listed on here as potentially or possibly dubious because some researchers have argued it should just be considered another species of another stegosaur called Dawcentrurus, which is hard to say.
Mhm.
But I don't know where that research is going to go eventually, so I just put it in here because the neck is neat. And I really like the name. It's named after the town of Miragaia, and I just think it's pretty.
So in Portugal.
Yes.
So we've gone all over your races so far. We have China, Africa, and Europe now.
Yes. I believe stegosaurs are known from every continent. Well, actually, no, they're known from Asia, Europe, Africa, North America. I don't know if there are any known from South America, Australia, or Antarctica.
So none in the marsupial group of continents.
None that I know of. South America and Antarctica, I wouldn't be surprised if they showed up. Australia is a bit weirder. A lot of dinosaur groups seem to have never made their way over to Australia. Let me just double check. I'm just curious if there are any South American stegosaurs, and I'm just blanking on them. I'm not seeing any. Now, that doesn't mean that they weren't there. I know we do have ankylosaurs from South America. But I don't know.
Maybe that's why the marsupials migrated there to get away from all dinosaurs.
Well, there were still dinosaurs in Australia. I just don't know of any stegosaurs. We will actually have an Australian ankylosaur in this presentation. A really beautiful one, actually. And a South American ankylosaur. And now we get to the big one. Everybody knows this dinosaur. This is Stegosaurus. There are a few species, actually, which are kind of interesting. Stegosaurus is a Bone Wars dinosaur, meaning it was discovered during the Bone Wars in the, I believe, late 1800s, led by Edward Cope and Charles Othniel Marsh, if I can remember the name. It was Othniel Charles Marsh, I think. Anyway, a pair of paleontologists whose names will appear again, especially when we talk about sauropods. There are.
Sydney has some. Sydney has some facts to share with the group.
Oh, ancient koalas killed off all the large land carnivores in Australia. I mean, maybe, maybe.
So this is the one that gave the name to the whole group of family.
Stegosaurus, yes. The name means roofed lizard because when it was first found, they thought that the plates would have laid flat on the back, which, not a bad idea. Kind of going off of some ankylosaurs that had already been found. So, not a bad idea. But then we found ones that were better articulated, better put together. And no, the plates were vertical, hanging up in the air. And as has already been brought up in the chat tonight, some people thought, hey, maybe these were to warm it up in the morning because this was a cold-blooded, slow animal and it needed that. It, in fact, was not a cold-blooded or slow animal, and it did not need that. And like I already said, the plates weren't covered in skin. They didn't really get much blood flow on the surface because they were covered by thick chunks of keratin. Again, like your fingernails. They were probably brightly colored, though. They were probably really excellent for display.
So on here, the spikes are mainly focused on the tail, and the rest of the back is pure plates, looks like.
Yes, like I said earlier, there's a ton of variation in stegosaurs. And Stegosaurus is on the much more platey end of the spectrum. And as I say here in this first paragraph, we're already at the largest and most famous member of this group. Despite how famous Stegosaurus is, stegosaurs are a fairly small group of dinosaurs. They don't seem to have been super diverse, and they didn't last for very long. They appear to have died out in the early Cretaceous, which is kind of weird because most other groups of dinosaurs last at least closer to the end of the Cretaceous. It's really odd. And we're not sure why they went extinct. Some people have proposed that they were outcompeted by like evolving duck-billed dinosaurs or ankylosaurs. Some people propose that there were some massive climatic shifts and it just wreaked havoc on them because of how they were built. We don't really know, and it's unfortunate. And I know Vanessa in the chat thinks that evolution just kind of gave up on them, but I don't think evolution works like that.
Yeah, this real fast. This dinosaur is in a lot of memes. With I seen where they say T-Rex lives closer to you than to this guy.
That's true. You can see on the little time span up here, the Cretaceous is about as long as the Jurassic and Triassic put together. Well, it's a little shorter than that, but it is the longest period. T-Rex lived all the way here at the end, about 66 million years ago. Stegosaurus lived about 145 to 150 million years ago. So about 80 to 85 million years before T-Rex. So we're 20 million years closer in time to T-Rex than T-Rex ever was to Stegosaurus.
So if you ever see a movie with them together, unless it's Jurassic Park, it never happened.
Yep. Let's see. What's that sequence in Fantasia that has a bunch of dinosaurs mixed together? I think it's something spring. I don't remember what it's called, but it's I think it has a Stegosaurus with a T-Rex, and this was before we knew T-Rex had 2 fingers, so it has 3.
I think there's also one. Wasn't there one in the King Kong movie too? I think one of the old kaiju movies had them meeting. I think.
Yeah, I think one was in King Kong, but to be fair, King Kong it's not trying to be scientifically accurate. And yeah, Vanessa is reiterating her opinions. Yep. Oh, you've dug 2 of them up. I didn't know you dug 2 of them up. You'll have to tell me about those. Anywho, Stegosaurus, despite being the most famous stegosaur, is not the last one. And I forgot about this. Great. Good job, me. In my time out here in Wyoming, I found bits of stegosaurs. Bits of a stegosaurus. Right here in my hand is a chunk of plate. Chunk of a stegosaurus plate. About this big.
Do we know if it's near the front or near the back plate?
I have no idea. It is a tiny chunk of bone, smaller than a potato chip. But even so, you can see the really deep grooves in it from blood vessels that would have fed those huge keratin sheaths. And then up here in this corner, in the same formation, is a cycad that Grayson and I found. Grayson, based theory, friend of the channel. That's actually, those are his boots up there. But yeah, we found a bunch of cycads out here while we were looking for dinosaurs. And it was, I think this one was like 50 feet away from where I picked up this chunk of plate. Anyway, speaking of one of the last stegosaurs, we have Werehosaurus. So this is a smaller stegosaur from the early Cretaceous of Central Asia. It's been found in China and Mongolia. Apparently, we have quite a few specimens, though I've never seen more than a few. I don't know if they just haven't made it over to this side of the internet yet or what. But it's possibly the last stegosaur. And it still lived about 130 million years ago. So, still farther away in time from T-Rex than T-Rex is to us.
It looks like this one that is going back into the bipedal a little bit.
The art just has it rearing up.
Okay.
Like I said, stegosaurs were still able to rear up pretty easily. Even towards the end. So the artist just chose to depict it in a fun pose. Because, let's see, this is Vladimir Nikolov. I got this off of his DeviantArt page. I forget what his DeviantArt handle is, but he's got some fabulous art, actually. One of the few notable things about Werehosaurus, then, besides the being one of the last stegosaurs, is that it had low, rounded plates. And for a while, we thought that they were like these kind of brick-shaped plates. That turns out to have just been based on a broken plate. And we decided that that's what all the plates looked like for some reason. The actual plates probably would have had a more conventional stegosaur shape. Oh, and Vanessa is wanting to drag me out to the field next week so I can show her the plate fragment. If we can find it, if we don't get snowed out, sure. Anyway, later. She is moving, so she is busy.
What's later then?
Oh? Well, she's probably already left. But anywho, so this is Werehosaurus, and this is the last of the stegosaurs for this video. And the last of the stegosaurs for any video, sadly enough. I wish they were more diverse. I wish there were more of them, but sometimes evolution just has a dead end. It's unfortunate, but it happens. The next group, however, is extremely successful. To make use of an analogy I heard yesterday, ankylosaurs are the brother that went to Harvard. Stegosaurs are the brother that died in a meth lab explosion in their 20s. And yeah, here we start with the ankylosaurs. But we're starting with a really weird one. This is Jacopil. It's a very new ankylosaur from Argentina.
One you can hug, apparently.
Yes, you could. It's the size of a large dog. It's absolutely adorable, and I love it. But even though it looks like it should be one of the earliest members of the group, this guy's from the late Cretaceous. It's about 90-ish million years old. Which seems kind of crazy. because we don't have a lot of latest surviving ankylosaurs that look like this guy. But an important thing to remember in evolution is that just because some members of a clade specialize doesn't mean they all have to. Like, we still have rats and mice today, even though a ton of modern mammals have ancestors that look like mice and rats. Some things just stay consistent because they work. And apparently, these little guys worked. And yeah, I don't know. I love Jackapil. I'm not sure why. It's just one of my favorite dinosaurs. And it's absolutely adorable. Like, just look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's so handsome. Also has super tiny arms, which is kind of interesting.
So we are bipedal again.
Yep.
These are definitely not rolling up in their hind legs. You're definitely.
Yeah, they're definitely not quadrupeds. But they're pretty neat. Just checking something. Oh, Sydney Raptor is listing everything found in the Rite of Spring. Yeah, that sounds about as accurate as I thought it would be.
That's one big dinosaur name. Not spaces.
Lumbeosaurus, Massospondylus, Plateosaurus, Griposaurus, and Montosaurus, Parasaurus, Stegosaurus, Ornithomimus, Archaeopteryx, Ptagosaurus, Camptosaurus, Ankylosaurus, Tyrannosaurus, Space, Rex, Ceratosaurus, Ankylosaurus, Corythosaurus, Dimorphodon, Troodon, Oviraptor. Ooh, I agree, Mark. Ark needs to add Jackapil. It'd be so cute. Anywho, it's not the only weirdly basal ankylosaur that lasts into the later Cretaceous. We're over to Australia now. And for the record, Jackapil was in Argentina. This is Cunbarasaurus. I'm sure Sydney will want to correct my pronunciation there. But yeah, it's another basal, late surviving ankylosaur. It had longer legs than you'd expect from most ankylosaurs, but it still had thick chunks of armor covering its entire body. And it's also the first of a trend that we see with ankylosaurs. They tend to go one of two ways. They will either be immaculately preserved, like just perfectly. Every bone is in place exactly where it would have been in life. Or they'll just be tiny little chunks scattered all over everywhere and you can barely tell that they're bone. Somehow we get both in the same clade. Fortunately, Cunbarasaurus is one of the pretty ones.
Would this wildlife want you dead?
No, this wildlife is friend-shaped. It's the size of a large sheep. This wants to be your friend and would be a fantastic pet.
I don't know. Sheep might want you. See, I don't know. Sheep can be a little. I don't know. Sheep might want you dead.
Nah, this one's a sweetie pie. Speaking of which, this is Stegosaurus. We're back to South America.
So, an Ankylosaurus that decided like elects the other name better.
I mean, that's the joke. I like the name. It's kind of cute. Stegosaurus, I forget what its species name is. Let me check. Excuse me. Stegosaurus elengasen. So the elegant roofed tail. This is a tiny ankylosaur, the size of a small dog, with a battle axe for a tail. Because of course it did.
So is that thing skip the tail or more back armor?
That's the tail. Let me get another visual. If I can spell its name right, somehow I always manage to misspell it. But yeah, that's the tail. It is absolutely adorable, and I love him so much.
Oh, I forgot to ask. As far as we know, these are all mainly all this whole clay is mainly plant eaters. No meat eaters in this group.
Yes, both stegosaurs and ankylosaurs are completely herbivorous, as far as we know. Like with all herbivores, they might have munched on some meat on rare occasions, but they were built to eat plants. They weren't built to chase anything down. Though they could probably kill pretty well. And yeah, this is Stegoros, and again, it lived in the really late Cretaceous, about 70 million years ago. Despite it being one of the most basal things in this entire presentation, it survived all the way to the end. Apparently something about their body just worked. They probably would have lived a lot like sheep, to be honest. Calling Kudenbarosaurus a sheep probably isn't very far off. They probably lived in big herds. And that's probably what kept them alive for so long. And now, we finally go back into the Jurassic. With Gargoyleosaurus. Gargoyleosaurus lived alongside Stegosaurus. It lived in the Morrison Formation of the United States. But you never see it in dinosaur media that takes place around that time. It just doesn't show up. They always focus on Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Brachiosaurus, or Apatosaurus. But this guy should be everywhere.
Again, come on, press. Show the love. Go get the press out. What's that word? Advertise.
Yeah, advertise the little spiky guys. Stand up for the spikes. And Gargoyleosaurus also starts another trend with ankylosaurs. A lot of them have really good names. I meant to put together a list of my favorite names at the end. I kind of forgot. But we'll go through some of the names at the end because they're just fun. They're great. And I agree, Eddie McCoy. A lot of them look like Pokemon. Like, you could just plop this into a Pokemon game and it would fit perfectly.
Or Digimon.
Yeah, probably.
So who are these guys trying to eat our friendly dinosaur here?
Those are Allosaurus. Which, I'm not sure how many episodes since we get to Allosaurus, but Allosaurus is a bastard. He's a bastard man. And actually, on that other channel I was talking about earlier, we have an episode on Allosaurus too. It's our best performing episode. So that was fun.
We got a question.
All you really need to know about it is that it fought with everything. And I do mean everything in its environment. And they were not afraid to die.
Which one? What's the defender or the attacker? Fought everything.
The attackers, the Allosaurus. Anyway. So now we're back in the Cretaceous.
We have a question.
Oh, we do?
Yep.
Who names these dinosaurs? Nerds. Paleontologists are all massive nerds, and we like to have fun with the names we make. You can see that with Gargoyleosaurus here. Jacopil is a fun name. Dracorex, which I see Mark Reed in the chat. I know he's had to deal with creationists talking about Dracorex before, just because of the name. There was one I debated. There was an ankylosaur I debated putting in this presentation called Dracopelta. The name means dragon hide. That's so much fun. Paleontologists are massive nerds. It's what we do. And now, this animal somehow manages to be one of my favorite and one of my least favorite dinosaurs of all time. This is Sauropelta. Sauropelta is the thing I have found the most of this summer. Bar none. I found the most Sauropelta out of anything else. I have found too many Sauropelta.
We got another question.
Yes. As Gargoliosaurus, the Klingon of the Dino World, I don't know. I have never seen Star Trek, and you may call me a heretic.
Gasp.
I
haven't seen anything. Well, I haven't seen any Star Trek in the past 10 years.
I haven't seen it in any years, so. But at any rate, Sauropelta. This animal is a living boulder. And by that I mean it is short, round, and covered in spikes. And those spikes hurt if you sit on them. And I'm speaking from an unfortunate amount of experience when I say that.
Yeah, real fast. Hopefully, your statement won't lose you all your subscribers now because you said that. No, probably not.
What, that a dinosaur can be annoying? I know a dinosaur can be annoying. I've met me.
No, I mean that they don't like Star Trek.
Oh. I mean, I don't have anything against it. I just haven't watched it.
It's joking. Unless they're a Star
Also,
Wars
I
fan,
have
then people are like, yeah, it sucks. No, okay.
So I have to do something super quick. I will be right back in like a minute.
Okay.
If anyone has any dinosaur questions, once again, feel free to ask them. Send in a super chat if you want. Any super chats I get this winter are going to help field work next year.
Yep.
So I will be right back.
Like I said, he said send in super chats or just join our Patreon. If he has, I don't know if he has one. If he doesn't, I think we have Patreon and Venmo, PayPal. I have a merch store when I buy a T-shirt or a coffee mug or a hat, and I want to get something off of my wish list of Amazon, Steam. I will say no. And as always, like the video. Share it with a 1,000 friends. If you have 1,000 friends, give us both thumbs up and comment. Obviously, the almighty YouTube algorithm. All praise the algorithm.
Okay, I am back. Sorry about that.
The God above gods, the algorithm of YouTube.
Yes, I'll praise the algorithm. Anyway, I wanted to bring something special to this presentation. So on the following page is one picture of dinosaur bones for every Sauropelta I have found this summer. I found 6 of these things. It's too much. They're too spiky. They get everywhere.
Did you take all these pictures?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And I'm gonna exit the presentation super quick so we can zoom in on the pictures because some of them are kind of neat. So starting up here is one of the osteoderms, one of the chunks of armor it would have had in its skin. Over here are a bunch of bits from a different Sauropelta. This big chunk of bone is part of a scapula. And this is part of one of these huge shoulder spikes up here with a rock hammer for scale. Over here are some leg bones that I found eroding out of a hillside. It's a different Sauropelta, so that's number 3. Let's see. Yep. Here's part of number 4. I believe this is part of the hip eroding out of the hillside. And I say I believe because most of it is still covered by rock, and I'm not going to try to excavate it because this rock is really tough. But you can also see these things had big hips. Like, where did I left it in my car. I don't have a small rock hammer. Over here is another Sauropelta. Here's some ribs coming out of the hillside. And lastly, here are some chunks of tail vertebrae, also coming out of a hillside. Again, I have found 6 of these things, at least, maybe more. You get sick of it after you sit on their spikes a few too many times.
So did you get blood on these things on your fossils?
Fortunately, no, but they did hurt.
If they were alive and they stabbed you, would you get blood on them?
They would probably chop you in half. So the thing is, most of the spikes that you see, especially in museums, are just the bony core. The full spike would have been covered in sharp keratin. And we know that actually from the next dinosaur that I'll be showing here. So a lot of the spikes you see would have been even bigger in life and sharper. Which kind of makes me shudder. But yeah, trauma. Also, Mark Agamotto says, I have great choice in tools. I mean, it's a good rock hammer. I did not buy it for myself, though. It was a gift from a friend. But I will let them know. Anywho, this one is a special one. I've shown it on streams on my own channel before because I cannot get enough of this dinosaur. This is Borealopelta. And we only know it from one specimen. But it is one of the most spectacular fossils that has ever been found. So for a bit of background, this dinosaur was found in an oil sands mine in a marine deposit, which is really weird because this was not a marine dinosaur. It's what we call a bloat and float. That's what happens when an animal dies, usually near a river, falls in, and then floats out to sea. Now, because this is an ankylosaur, and the upper half of its body is covered in really heavy, really tough armor, it would have floated out on its back. And big ocean-going predators wouldn't have really been able to get to its meaty underbelly very well. So it just floated out like a plate with food on it. Until eventually, it popped and sunk to the ocean floor. And it sunk down back first. And it became one of the most well-preserved dinosaurs. Now, I'm not even say that. One of the most well-preserved fossils that has ever been found. And I'm going to zoom in on some images of this. Well, you know, I'll just get the actual image here. Thank you, Dr. Tap, for gifting a membership. I'll see where that went here in just a moment. Oh, the body would have been a floating paradise for seagulls. That's true. Obstinate Spedo. Also, that membership went to nobody. Huh. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why that didn't send to anyone. I mean, you sent memberships earlier, Tap. But I don't know if something just broke or what. Okay, here we go. So this is a fossil. But it looks like it just died. It looks like it just died. But no, this is a fossil that was preserved in rock and had to be excavated. This skeleton is so well preserved. We know what color it was. Every part of this that's been preserved, we know what color it was in life. This dinosaur was a beautiful rusty brown. It has keratin perfectly preserved, covering the spikes on its body. So much so that we can just take them off the bone and see how much extra keratin is there. And we can see that those spikes darken toward the tips. So we know they aren't just monotone.
Real fast. I
Yes?
think Tapioca brings a good point. That's probably why he can never gift me a membership to either this channel or the Maya's channel, because I think I have a brand now. That's probably why I cannot accept YouTube gifts memberships.
Huh,
Maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think I'm a branded channel. Maybe. Yeah. I've been around since the beginning, so I don't know. But that's off the topic now.
Also, wait, I just gotta check something. Tap, are you trying to gift memberships at my second tier? I didn't know you could gift memberships that high. Let's see. Everything should be enabled on my end. I mean, you sent them earlier. Yeah, no, they should be working. I don't know why they're not. Huh. Sydney Raptor's right. You need to have your account set to receive memberships. I don't know. Don't know how you set that up.
Yeah.
Okay, Tap's trying again. Does it only let you gift at the lowest tier, Tap? Because at least from what I'm seeing, you're trying to gift what was it? Associate Wings. Have you tried the unaccredited Nuggets tier? Huh. Okay, that's just weird. Yeah, Tap's sending me stuff. I don't know. That's weird. I don't know what's going on. YouTube is being YouTube, I guess. AKA, it's not working. Huh. Well, such is YouTube, I guess. I don't know why it does these things. Nobody does. Oh, well, he's trying again. It doesn't look like it went to anybody. I mean, I appreciate you trying to send them, Tap. If they don't go to anyone, I hope you get refunded for them. At any rate, this is what Borealis pelta would have looked like in real life. These are the colors that its body has preserved, which is absolutely incredible to me, to be honest. Like it's just it's still hard for me to believe that we can actually know what color some dinosaurs were. Like growing up, I always thought that was something that we would never know. But we do. We do now, at least for some of them. And now, possibly my favorite. Oh, sorry. Did you have a question there, Vandalia?
Yeah. So unlike the Stegosaur group, there's no specific dinosaur named Ankylosaurus here in this group.
There is. Ankylosaurus is a dinosaur. It's still a valid dinosaur. I just decided to not put it in the presentation because everyone knows Ankylosaurus.
Okay.
And I didn't have a shortage of ankylosaurs to use.
Just want to make sure. That there was a name called that. What is this? This group name? And there was a like you had the actual Stegosaurus in the Stegosaurus group, but so I know it was an actual Ankylosaurus in the Ankylosaurus group.
Yes, and actually, I can show it really quick. Like I said, it's not in the presentation just because everyone has seen Ankylosaurus.
Well, everyone's seen Stegosaurus too, but you guys still added it.
Well, true, but I also had like 12 stegosaurs to choose from, and I had like 50 ankylosaurs.
Ah, okay.
There. Ankylosaurus magniventris. The fused lizard with a big belly. Because of course that's its name, and it's fun. Anyway, Borealopelta. Fabulous dinosaur. I've talked about it before on many other streams just because I love it. I love it so much. But there is another dinosaur on this list. This is Zool crurivastator. And just Vandalia, any idea what that name might mean?
Is it from Ghostbusters?
It actually is. The species name, which this is the only species name on this presentation, its full name translates to Zool, Destroyer of Shins, which is just absolutely fabulous. Zool is known from, I believe, just one still extremely complete specimen. It was found during another dinosaur's excavation. They removed some rocks above or on the hill above just to get, at their animal better, and they found a new dinosaur. And the really special thing about Zool is that the specimen we have has injuries. It has impact injuries on its sides.
From its own kind.
That seems to be the most likely cause, yeah. So we have preserved in this animal evidence of social behavior, that they fought each other. And that's just not something we get in a lot of fossils, unless it's something really obvious, like tooth marks or claw marks. But no, with this guy, we just have evidence of two of them standing side by side and whacking each other in the sides.
We have another question.
Great. Where's Gozer the Gozerian? I don't know. I just love this name, and I love this guy. That is the end of the dinosaurs in the presentation. But I did want to just shout out some other fun ankylosaur names, if that's okay.
All right.
Because there's a lot of them. Let me see if I can find just a list of Ankylosauria.
And your last page is your sources you have.
That was supposed to be a list of names. I forgot to finish it before we streamed.
Oh, maybe next. Don't worry, you have at least 2 or 3 months for our next stream.
Come on. There's got to be a list of them somewhere. Well, we'll just go with Wikipedia. And apologies for the bright
the knowledge of all scientific knowledge.
Yeah. So there's a bunch on here. There's Stygeros that we looked at earlier. There's Antarctopelta, the armor of the Antarctic, which I kind of like that. There's Gargoyleosaurus, Gastonia, Panoplosaurus here, which I think is just shield lizard again. Hoplitosaurus, after the hoplites. Sauroplites. Come on. One of my favorites. This one called Animantarchs. The name just translates to walking city. Which I think that's pretty cool. Let's see, Texacetes. Atagapelta.
Real
Here's a
fast.
fun one. Tatankacephalus.
Can you scroll up a little bit?
The bison head. What was that?
Can you scroll up a little bit? I saw something. Oh,
Sure.
A little bit more. Okay, right. What's the difference between an Ankylosaurus, an Ankylosauridia, and three Ankylosaurus?
Oh, Ankylosaurid and Notosaurid?
No. Down the three Ankylosaurus. The Ankylosaur at the base, and then down there a little bit more is the Ankylosauridia.
Ankylosaurinae.
Yeah.
Those are the most derived ankylosaurs. There are a few in here. Here's a fun one, actually. Crichton Pelta, named after Michael Crichton of Jurassic Park fame. Cychania, which is actually kind of a famous one. You see it in a lot of media. Tarkia. This one has a really big nose. Talorurus, which I think is just a fun name. Yeah, there's a few others.
Right. While we're looking at this stuff, you want advertising coming up on your channel?
I'm working on a few things. I've kind of got a second job now for the winter to try and make some more money, so I've been really busy. But I am trying to find time to make new content when I can. Nothing specific at the moment, though. How about you?
Next Saturday, I'll be having my season 12 finale of the podcast because I usually take a break in December for holidays and stuff. But for the next Saturday, Jillian will be back on my channel, and we'll be talking about in time for Thanksgiving the Mayflower Compact and all the stuff it has and if it affects our future, affects today.
Okay.
So a little bit more recent history than these guys, but not that recent.
Oh, also, hey, look, here's Stegopelta. That would never get confusing.
So, for me again, we like to switch back and forth. I picked this topic, so what's your? You get to pick the next topic to talk about.
Well, I don't know. It depends on how far into the future we want to go.
What do you think? Free in January, sometime in January.
Oh, I was meaning like with the next group, like how far you wanted to go. Since we're in the Jurassic, we could do Ceritopsians next, actually.
All right. Keep it.
Or
keep it,
the Marginocephalians from the
keep it-
Jurassic to the Cretaceous. That could
keep
be
it
fun.
in the Ornithian family.
Ornithischians, yeah. But I think that's all for my end. Does anyone in the chat have any last questions or anything they want to chat about? If not, I think we're pretty much good.
All right. Speak now and forever hold your peace.
And, while we wait for them to respond, I'm gonna have some tea that I've meant to be sipping on through this, but I forgot. And yes, I am drinking it right out of I forget what it's called. The thing you make tea out of.
Kettle, pot.
Yes. Sticking with tasty herbivores. I mean, apparently they were tasty. We have some evidence that T-Rex just ripped the heads off of Triceratops to eat them.
Yep. Definitely, those two definitely hang out together, like the Stegosaurus.
Well, they definitely didn't get along, at least. Also, Mark is saying, just asked a question. What Anki is the classic layman's Anki, the one featured in kids' books? That would probably be Ankylosaurus. Which I'll just pop this up again. This is your default Ankylosaur that everybody knows.
So its spikes are on the side, not on its tail.
It did have spikes on its tail, too.
Oh, not this one at least. At least.
I think that a lot of Ankylosaurids did, regardless of if they got tail clubs or not, is they would stiffen the ends of their tail and line it with spikes. So even if they didn't have a club at the end, they still had this giant pole, this giant spiked pole that they could just swing around. And apparently, they're pretty good for defense. Rana is asking, is there any possibility of helping out as a volunteer in the future? All I will say to that is maybe. And I know that sounds non-committal, but I don't know what all is happening next summer. I don't know if we're just going to be looking for fossils. I don't know if we might excavate anything. I don't know yet. But I do appreciate the offer. I'll keep that in mind that people are interested. I think Grayson is interested in coming back too. Let's see, Mark's asking about the structure of the club. Let me get a picture of that. So Ankylosaurus has a kind of weird tail. Okay. So these are two different Ankylosaur tails. This one over here is Ankylosaurus. As you can see, it's mainly composed of 4-ish individual osteoderms, so individual bones in the skin that fuse together at suture lines. And a lot of ankylosaurs with tails had different styles of tails. There seem to be quite a variety. This one over here is from an ankylosaur called Anodontosaurus. I think that means the toothless lizard. Ron is interested in fossil prep. I mean, if you're near Wyoming, there's always going to be a museum nearby that would probably accept help, like for a volunteer fossil preparator. If you want to just get some experience, want to try it out, just reach out to your local museum. They will almost always accept volunteers. YouTube not showing Hollyhock a join button. I don't know what's going on with YouTube right now. People Tapioca gifted memberships earlier. I can send super chats myself. I don't know.
Hopefully, we'll figure this out but when we get to our Ceritop section in a month or two.
Hopefully. Also, I'm trying to gift memberships too. Let's see if that works. I would hope it would work. I'm the channel owner. I don't know why it doesn't seem to be going.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's weird.
All right. With that cheerful ending into the thing, since YouTube hates us right now, you want to say any closing statements?
None that I can really think of, though. I think Mark's asking where I think it's supposed to be Ankylosaurus fits in with Ankylosaurs. It is one of the most derived ones that lived at the end of the Cretaceous with T-Rex and Triceratops.
Oh, I do. I have a question.
Yes.
So I'm guessing at least how did the predators eat this guy? Did I flip it over to get to the armor? Eat the armor on the side, on the neck, or how did they get eaten? If they did get eaten,
so that's a fun question. As an adult, for most ankylosaurs, they probably didn't have a whole lot to worry about at all. They probably didn't have anything to worry about. Maybe if they ran into a pack of carnivores, there might be some issue there for them. Actually, they might have been vulnerable to large crocodilians, like Deinosuchus. I could see that happening. But with a lot of ankylosaurs, they were really wide and really heavy. And when people call them living tanks, it's really not an exaggeration. They would have been extremely hard to turn over, extremely hard to wound in general. And when they hit back, it would have been devastating, even for the clubless ones.
So it's mainly the babies that had to worry.
Yeah.
So like once you got past a certain age, you're like you're set. You're more or less.
Yeah, pretty much. A Sydney raptor, Ankylosaurus is an arc. Ankylosaurus is in there. Okay, and no, Mark is insisting he means Ankylodon.
Gotta look that up now.
Yeah. Oh, it's a World of Warcraft dinosaur. Yeah, that explains it. Let's treat this seriously. What does this look like to me?
I gotta renew my membership with that one of these days.
I've been debating it, but I need more money to do it.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, honestly, I think it's a fun rendition of an ankylosaur. If I recall correctly, in game, like they're on the bear skeleton, so they move around like bears, and druids turn into them for their bear form, right? The Zandalari do.
I know. I quit.
Well,
That's when at the time I quit Warcraft was that patch. I'm like, nope, I'm done.
Ah.
I went back
Well,
to I did some classic Warcraft.
that's fair. I don't know. I think it's a fun rendition. Like they're not trying to be accurate with it. It's just fun. I give it a B.
Well, we will keep you updated to when we are doing this future episodes.
Okay, wait, maybe that's not the one he's talking about. Um okay. I don't know. I don't know.
Follow up a follow up on your this follow up on your channel or here later.
My bet would be someone misspelled Ankylosaurus, or they're referencing some other kind of animal. I don't know. I'm sorry.
We'll see. I will see you all next Saturday for our season finale, and we will see you sometime 2025 for the horny dinosaurs.
Oh dear. Have a good one, everybody.
In the meantime, never stop learning and enjoy the randomness. Bye. If you just do it, it'll turn out okay. Welcome back to our dinosaur miniseries.
Yes, hello, folks. It's been a little bit. Hope everyone's doing well.
Yep. You know my normal guest on this day, Dr. Dino.
Yep.
But as you see, there's another name next to his.
Yes, I'll get into that in just a second. So for anyone just tuning in, today we are going to be talking about the Marginocephalians, a very interesting and special group of dinosaurs. Your classic horned dinosaurs and your pachycephalosaurs. And to talk about them, we have invited an expert. She is one of the state paleontologists of Wyoming, a fabulous paleontologist and teacher in her own right, and my best friend, Vanessa Weaver. Would you like to tell them a bit about yourself, Vanessa?
I like dinosaurs.
How long have you liked dinosaurs, both personally and professionally?
Okay, so professionally, I've been doing them for 16 years. But I was born the day they started filming Jurassic Park in '92, and I never stopped loving them.
I was 12 or 13 when that movie came out.
Really?
Yeah, I had a crush on the girl the Lex girl.
Oh, Adriana! I went to her wedding.
Yeah, Vanessa here knows just about everyone who's had anything to do with any of the Jurassic Park movies. You worked with and in quite a few museums too.
Yeah, I've worked with the Museum of the Rockies. I worked on the first Jurassic World. So if anyone's seen Indominus Rex, that's my baby.
Cool. So what's your from 1 to 6? What's your ranking of the movies?
First one will always have my heart. Always also be the scariest, the opening scene. When you're young and it's like, shoota, that's always going to be the scariest part. And then I think we're back in business. That's always my top one. And then, okay, as far as Jurassic Worlds go, I don't even want to talk about Fallen Kingdom because the Brachiosaur and the Ceritopsians that are going in the water, catching on fire. No. And then Dominion, where the grasshoppers? They were I told you about. Okay, so that's actually a real thing that happens. When I was working north in Montana, the grasshoppers did catch on fire and then would hop around and catch other fields on fire. So that's a real thing, but just not to that extreme
that you see in the movie.
Yeah, not like what you see in the movie.
But you've had a hand in all of the Jurassic Worlds, pretty much, right?
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of the Jurassic World stuff. Indominus Rex is my love.
Mhm.
I wanted to call her Diabolus Rex, but they said D Rex was too dirty. So we scrapped that. And then everything was all iPhone at that point. So they're like,
So
the
iRex.
iRex. Yeah. Yeah.
Wasn't it sponsored by Verizon?
Yeah.
in the movie?
Sponsored by Verizon. That was such a crazy time. My bad, grasshopper.
So, like I said earlier, we're going to be talking about a special group of dinosaurs today. And so, Vanessa, how many of these things have you worked on in the Marginocephalians? Can you name
Oh, jeez.
name the genre?
Do I have time?
Yeah, you have,
Oh,
we have
okay.
all the time in the world.
Real fast, by the way.
biggest one.
Sorry, go on.
No, go
I-
ahead.
I was going to say, this is Vanessa's YouTube debut.
That's true.
Yeah, yeah. I got started on WI Paleo for anyone that hasn't seen.
Yep, it's going to be linked in both my and Vandalia's descriptions of the stream.
Yes.
Just starting out, help her grow, please.
Yes, apricot. Hybrids don't count as animals. Well, how do you feel about your Chihuahua?
I mean, Chihuahuas are just
They're hybrid. All dogs are hybrids, technically. They're just not the way I put them. It's not like I didn't make the Stegoceratops. Yeah, that one was a nasty one.
but with real Marginocephalians, which genera have you worked with?
I work mostly on Pachycephalosaurus and Triceratops.
Yeah.
Those
Yeah.
are big too.
And she's going to have a lot to say about both of them later on.
That reminds me. Originally, this episode was going to be about the Ceritopsians things, but with her addition onto it, we decided to combine the clades together into the super clade.
Yes. What distinction is Marginocephalia? Is it a family?
So that's all the way through the Cretaceous.
Well, I mean, like, is it a family distinction or?
Oh, distinction? I thought you said extinction.
Well, I know they went extinct.
Obviously, Chicxulub.
I don't know. Maybe parrots are Marginocephalians.
Well,
Little Psittacos.
so are little Psittacos, and yeah, no, it's a lot of it.
All right. Well, would we like to get started with the presentation?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
All righty.
So, first question, real fast, before starting.
Oh, you're right, Apricot. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Apricot's right. Taurosaurus and Trikes are the same thing, and I'm going to get into that near the end.
She is going to have fun with that.
I'm
Don't
gonna
worry.
So, this clade here, how connected is it to the clade we did last month?
The Marginocephalians? That's a good question, actually, that can be seen or answered with this slide here. So really quick, Ornithischian dinosaurs. Ornithischians are one of the major groups of dinosaurs. The other ones being Saurischians, which are your meat-eating dinosaurs, your theropods, and your sauropods. Ornithischians are pretty much everything else. As far as we know, most of them are herbivorous. Some might have some omnivorous tendencies, which we will talk about. It's okay. But within the Ornithischians, there are a few big divides. So in our last episode, we talked about the Thyreophorans, which include the ankylosaurs and stegosaurs. And in this episode, we're moving up the tree to the Ceritopsian up here, which is a combination of Ceritopsian and Ornithopod. It's a portmanteau of those words. We'll be following this branch over here today, the Marginocephalia that leads to the Ceritopsians and the Pachycephalosaurs.
All right.
Don't you worry, Caden. We will get into Torosaurus and Triceratops. Or as Vanessa likes to say, Tauromorphs. But we'll get into that. Don't you worry. Also, I'm
You
just
say-
going to tilt my camera down a tiny bit.
You say morph like morphin time?
Tauromorph, well, we'll explain it later. Let's see. Shall we get started on the Marginocephalians?
Sure.
Alrighty. So, as with every clade, pretty much, Marginocephalia can be split up into different parts. Now, as for when they came about, they probably evolved sometime in the mid to early Jurassic, but the earliest representatives we have are from the late Jurassic. These being little ceratopsians like Yinlong, which isn't in here. Most of them are Chinese. We don't know if they originated there or if that's just where they're preserved. The fossil record is weird. But they start out as these kind of generalist bipeds with hard heads. That's pretty much a defining feature of the group. They have really robust skulls with a pointy beak, and they have a shelf on the back of their heads. Hence the name Marginocephalia. They literally have an extra margin on their heads. So, margin head. Ceritopsians, the branch that leads to Triceratops, they eventually get much bigger, they get bigger heads, and as they get bigger heads, they become quadrupeds. With that said, we do still have some bipedal ceratopsians all the way to the end of the Cretaceous. And the other branch of the Marginocephalians, the Pachycephalosaurs, as far as we know, they're all bipeds too. And in fact, a lot of them have really tiny, dinky little arms. But the weird thing with them,
Dinky?
they're dinky little arms.
They're kind of dinky.
They're T-Rex scale arms.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think they lose any fingers though, do they?
No, they have a bunch of fingers.
Yeah, which is weird. So they have to be using their hands for something, I guess.
Yeah, grabbing you this heart.
Anyway, the oldest pachycephalosaurs we have are weirdly enough from the end of the Cretaceous. The oldest one we know of is Wananosaurus from China, go figure. And it's only 70 million years old. So 4 million years from the end of the Cretaceous. Every other pachycephalosaur is within that area.
So these are late dinosaurs. This clade didn't begin in Jurassic or Triassic. This is a late starting clade.
Well,
Cretaceous.
Well, we would expect the first pachycephalosaurs to be in either the late Jurassic or early Cretaceous. They just don't show up until the late Cretaceous. But we can tell that they are early diverging Marginocephalians. Likely older than one of the first dinosaurs we'll actually talk about, Psittacosaurus. Yeah, those are the Marginocephalians.
Dinosaur train.
Dinosaur train has been mentioned, yes. So hello, Paleoanalysis. Yes, this is one of Vanessa's friends, and I've recently become a fan of your videos. You need to get out of the Triassic, man.
Yeah, he said that. He wants to get out of the Triassic. Get out of your circle of Hell Creek.
Hell Creek's not going to be for like 2 or 3 years.
That's a joke.
Okay.
Mine's the creek.
Oh, okay. Anyway, if you like dinosaurs or other paleo stuff, super recommend that channel. They're great. Anyway, for our Marginocephalians of the evening, we're going to be starting here at the base of Ceritopsia with Psittacosaurus. Psittacosaurus, or the taco for short,
Psittacosaurus.
is a tiny and adorable little dinosaur. And weirdly enough, it's super well represented. It's found all throughout Asia, mainly in China and Mongolia. And some of the formations it's from are weirdly good at preserving fossils. Case in point, this fossil here is of a Psittacosaurus from the Yishan Formation. which we'll talk about a bit more later. This fossil is so well preserved, it has original keratin and these little quills on its tail.
Mhm.
It has beautiful skin impressions with original color preserved as well, which is absolutely bonkers. Like, this is something you never see in the fossil record. But fossils like it have given us a great view of what Psittacosaurus would have looked like in life. More or less, exactly like this.
Yishan formation.
Yeah, the Yishan. And we have hundreds of individuals of Psittacosaurus too. We have tiny babies. We have full adults. Yeah, hello, Al. And we even have senescent adults, so really old, elderly individuals. In fact, I think it is this fossil actually that preserves the cloaca of a Psittacosaurus, which we've never seen before in any other dinosaur.
Ew, I love it.
Yeah, same. And interestingly enough, because we have so many Psittacosaurus and the formations they're from are so good at preserving fossils, we even know what ate them. And one of the things that ate them is kind of unexpected. See, last year there was a fossil published that shows a small mammal, Repenomamus, fighting a Psittacosaurus to the death. Now, we don't know the background of this fossil. It could have been actively hunting it, could have been a mother protecting its babies. We don't know. But this is a trend we see with Ceritopsians. For some reason, this group tends to die locked in combat.
Keep going.
Oh, what's that?
So our
No,
family.
shoot.
I mean, a cloaca is.
It's a everything shoot.
That's true.
So our family and their family are bitter rivals.
Well, at least with Psittacosaurus, yeah. If anyone's curious and wants to look this up, the mammal pictured here is Repenomamus.
Yes. So can I just quickly comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
So apricot, my little sweet little apricot, my darling Clementine. So I specifically asked my
Doc.
pal here, Doc Dinah, to put Carrie Woodruff on there. So if you want to look up on PLOS One or anywhere else, Carrie Woodruff did the burrowing dinosaurs, and if you ever get a chance to go to the Museum of the Rockies, you can see a clear display, but there's also a paper on it that Carrie Woodruff did.
Mhm.
But it's so crazy.
And we actually have evidence for burrowing in a rather wide selection of dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Psittacosaurus may have been able to burrow. Most animals have some ability to dig, at least. But there's also dinosaurs like Eryctodromius, which we found in their burrows. A bunch of other smaller herbivorous dinosaurs that we've just... a lot of them, it seems, died when their burrows flooded.
I haven't seen many done with theropods or small theropods, but it's
me neither. But I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised either. But it's the smaller, like more four-legged.
Yeah, small
dinosaurs.
herbivore dinosaurs. They seem to dig a lot.
Yeah.
And I mean, kind of makes sense.
I mean, look at your dog. Your everyday dog.
Look
It
at
digs up to the fence.
A dog, a rabbit,
A rat.
moles. Though I don't think
this against the mammals. Caffeine and nicotine and like chocolate and peanut butter.
Yeah, I'm gonna have some more caffeine real quick.
Chocolate and peanut butter tonight? You should slow it down.
There is chocolate in it.
Well, here we go.
I had something in mind, but I've forgotten it. But yeah, you're fine. But yeah, this fossil here, this is a picture of the real fossil. The Yishan Formation is absolutely bizarre at how well it preserves its fossils. And when we eventually get to theropods, we'll be visiting this place again.
because there are some unbelievable early birds and little theropod dinosaurs known from this formation. And one very big theropod that's covered in feathers. But that's Psittacosaurus.
Oh,
This
that
is our
reminds-
look at the basal
remi-
Ceritopsians. Go
That
ahead.
reminds me. So, did this group have any feathers or pre-feathers? Feathers?
You want to talk about this?
No, you go ahead.
Okay, if you insist. So, as you can actually see on this fossil here, Psittacosaurus had quills. Now, these would have been very, very basic feathers. Really, they're just hollow tubes coming out of the skin. But they are a type of feather. And when this was discovered with Psittacosaurus, it really opened our eyes to how deeply nested the tendency to have feathers is within dinosaurs. Since Psittacosaurus, we found it in much more primitive, or I'll get to that in a second. But there is a small herbivorous dinosaur from Russia called Calindrodromius, covered in a coat of feathers. As Caden just mentioned, Eutyrannus, a tyrannosaur, covered from head to toe in feathers. And we have 3 individuals of Eutyrannus, and all of them had feathers. So it's not just one weirdo. But since we have, obviously, birds, theropods with feathers, and we have Ceritopsians and other Ornithischians with feathers, that really suggests that the ancestor of all dinosaurs may have had feathers. And it may go back farther than that, because at least a lot of
Choose
Sorry.
your next words carefully.
because the structure of pterosaur pycnofibers, which I've heard a lot of people are starting to just call feathers, are very similar to a lot of bird feathers. So the trait of having feathers may be ancestral
Mm.
to dinosaurs and pterosaurs. And correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't there a study that figured out that alligators can grow feathers too?
I'd be interested in reading that paper.
I'll have to.
So all
I will-
archosaurs then,
Go ahead.
like archosaur traits.
Possibly. I can find the paper later if you remind me. But there was a study that found that by switching off a regulatory gene in alligator embryos, they could grow feathers. Caden might know the study, actually. Caden, if you could
Okay, producer.
figure it out. Yeah, he knows about it. If you could cite the authors, Caden, we can look it up.
Yeah, I'd like to see that because I study scutes. So I'd
Yeah.
like to see that.
Yes, which we will talk about very soon.
Scutes, but I'd like to read that. Okay. If you have a copy of that paper, if you could link it.
I don't think he has permission to send links.
Okay.
If you can just say the authors, Caden, we can write them down and we'll look at them in a bit.
I've got a piece of paper.
Okay. It's really cool. I'm pretty sure it is just one regulatory gene. Anyway, I don't know about you, but I'm ready to get out of the early Cretaceous.
I think this is the first time we've been directly in the Cretaceous. We've gone through all the Mesozoic, but today we're just in the Cretaceous area today.
We got into the Cretaceous when we talked about ankylosaurs.
Well, I mean, we haven't been directly in this area.
Oh, starting in the Cretaceous?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really, really weird. This group of dinosaurs, the Marginocephalians, they probably appeared in the mid-Jurassic, but we don't see them until the very end. It's weird. Oh, never mind. Caden was able to share a link. I guess he has permissions.
No.
Yep.
Modern genomics to show alligator
Yep.
versions.
Give us
Oh,
just a half
It's gonna
second.
make sense.
Did they link the study?
Can you just like copy paste? I'll save it.
Yeah, I'll send it to you super quick.
Thanks, Kaden.
Yeah, thanks, Caden. Yeah, that'll be some fun reading for later, huh? And yes, Logan, if crocodilians could do this, then it's probably just a basal archosaur trait, which is really exciting, and also means that crocodilians are the weird ones for having lost the feathers. But anyway, out of the early Cretaceous, we're going into the mid to late Cretaceous with this next group. Now, at first, this dinosaur here in the top right probably looks pretty similar to Psittacosaurus. But there are some key differences. And wow, I actually forgot the name of the dinosaur. Whoops.
What are you talking about?
It's a Leptoceratopsid. But
Yeah.
I forget. Anyway, there's this weird branch of Ceritopsians that nobody ever talks about. And I find it really weird because they appear early and they go all the way to the end of the Cretaceous. These are the Leptoceratopsids. They're these small, frillless ceratopsians that you can find in Asia and North America. Some of them are bipedal, but a lot of them, especially the later ones, become quadrupeds. So if we go back to Psittacosaurus, the weird thing with this one is the adult Psittacosaurus were bipeds, and the juveniles were quadrupeds, which is really, really weird. With Leptoceratopsids, a lot of them it seems to be the reverse, where they became quadrupeds as adults, as they got bigger heads, which Ceritopsians are want to do. And yeah, there's not a ton to say about them because they're pretty basal, all things considered. But no one talks about them, and I think it's weird. And some of them have really funny names too. Like this guy this guy right here, its actual name is just Gremlin. That's its genus name.
So can you feed it after midnight? And does it get multiplied if you get it wet?
Yeah.
Apparently.
Don't get it wet. Don't feed it after midnight.
Mm-hmm. But like I was just saying, Ceritopsians have a tendency to get a big head, and probably because of that big head, become quadrupeds.
Mm.
Which we will see in all of the remaining Ceritopsians. So, just a quick disclaimer, there are dozens of genre of Ceritopsians.
Yeah, it's like Protoceratops.
Yep, specifically within the Coronosauria, which means the crested or frilled lizards. There are tons of them. Many of them have really wacky, identifiable headgear. They get bizarre. There's too many for us to cover, but if you want to have a good time, or maybe a bad time, just look up Ceritopsian heads. It'll make yours spin.
Reminds me of putting together all those people, all those ape skulls together to show human evolution.
Kinda, but it's like if some apes just decided to grow a horn in the middle of their face and then merge holes in the face, because marginocephalians do this weird thing that I forgot to mention. So if you look at a dinosaur skull, you'll have
Tauromorph. Paleo. Tauromorph.
We'll get to that. If you look at a dinosaur skull, they'll have the eye hole, a hole in the middle of the skull, and a nose hole. Marginocephalians merge those two, and they just get a big hole in the middle of their face. And they also gain an extra bone, which I think forms their beak, right?
Yeah.
Called the rostral bone. It's really weird. I don't know why they do that. Maybe to get a bigger nose for a better sense of smell, or a resonating chamber for noises.
That's what's up. Okay, then.
But at any rate, we're going to start with one of the most basal of these coronosaurs, Protoceratops, which is probably a pretty familiar dinosaur to a lot of people, even if they don't know it by name. Protoceratops. Oh, go ahead.
No horns.
No horns on this one. It's a very early member of the group and seems to be from before they started growing horns. But it does have that big frill, which makes it a coronosaur, a crested or frilled lizard.
So they drink Corona beer then?
They might have. But Protoceratops was discovered in the early 1900s during an interesting series of expeditions to the Gobi Desert. These were led by Roy Chapman Andrews from the American Museum of Natural History. These same expeditions also brought back the original Velociraptor and Oviraptor skeletons, and just a lot of the interesting skeletons you can see at the AMNH, which I would highly recommend visiting. It's a good museum.
Oh, I have a question real fast.
Yeah.
Did they start growing these frill things? Was that a sexual selection thing or a natural selection?
No, it wasn't sexual dimorphism, and it wasn't sexual selection. They both have them. Although in the female ones that we've seen, due to histology, we've been able to see that the females were bigger.
Oh, I didn't know that. And, I imagine there's been a lot of histology done on Protoceratops. Because this is another weird thing with Ceritopsians. Sometimes we'll find a few fragments of them. Other times we'll find entire herds preserved together. Protoceratops is one of those that is just found en masse. So we have hundreds of skeletons.
Okay, sarcastic Serapsid, I see you. And it should be mind-boggling, like when your mind's trapped in a bottle.
Yeah, we will talk about Tauromorphs.
We're gonna get there. Wait.
When we get there, Vanessa is going to have a field day. For now, with this little guy, like I said, we have hundreds of Protoceratops, and you can kind of see they have a weird build. They have a giant head, some small forelimbs, though they are noticeably bigger than they are in Psittacosaurus.
God, I'm a Protoceratops.
And they also have this weird kind of tail fin, which is kind of odd.
Yes, Miss Apricot, or Miss... Yes,
Mr.
Apricot. Mr. Apricot. Because they're a basal ceratopsian.
Mhm.
They're one of the beginning stages of ceratopsian.
Well, they are, but weirdly enough, they're also from the late Cretaceous. So they seem to be a late surviving basal.
They did that. That's what you get, Logan.
And Protoceratops is famous for another reason. That being a very famous fossil found, I believe, it was found by a joint expedition between the Polish and the Mongolian Academy of Sciences back in, I think, the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the fighting dinosaurs. I'll give you one guess as to why it's named that, Vandalia.
Fight Club?
We don't talk about that. Some references. But yes, as crazy as it is, these dinosaurs appear to have died and been preserved while fighting each other, which is absolutely incredible that we have that. But again, this is a trend we see with Ceritopsians.
So was the fighting part of it sexual selection?
Maybe.
Maybe she's mad at her husband. I don't know.
paleoanalysis has a tattoo of
Tattoo of
this.
the fighting dinosaurs on you.
I'd love to see that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Say a bad word. Velociraptor versus Protoceratops.
But like with the Psittacosaurus.
So there's
okay,
actually two Tyrannosaurium.
but we'll get to that. We'll get to the other
We'll
one.
get
to it. Anyway, we don't know why they were fighting, like with the Psittacosaurus and Rheppetomammus. We don't know, and we probably will never know.
You can't ask them.
Some people have. Logan has been called out.
What do you mean, Logan?
You said what is that, or what his other channel's name was?
Sarcastic Theropsid.
Love your stuff.
We love you.
Anyway, don't know what sparked the fight. Maybe the Velociraptor was trying to attack the Protoceratops. Maybe it was stealing eggs because everything eats eggs. Or maybe the Psittacosaurus. Maybe the Protoceratops was just feeling oddly nippy that day. But regardless, we have the Protoceratops's jaws clamped on the Velociraptor's arm, and the raptor's killing claw embedded in the throat of the Protoceratops. We're not sure what killed them, but the leading hypothesis is that they were probably buried by a sand dune, because that seems to have happened a lot in the Gobi Desert.
Ship that relationship.
Wait, which one? Oh, I see.
I ship it.
Also, so paleoanalysis. I haven't gotten my first tattoo yet, but I know what I want it to be. I want a Deinonychus skeleton in the Berlin Archaeopteryx pose. Because Deinonychus is my favorite dinosaur, if you couldn't tell by my YouTube channel.
You're not keeping me from my work. No one can ever stop me from loving dinosaurs.
Yeah, no. Today is her day off. And also, apparently with the skeleton, there's indications that the Protoceratops was being tugged away from the Velociraptor after they were buried. Again, not sure why. But it's a really incredible fossil.
Was that in Walking with Dinosaurs? What was the what was that in?
Dinosaur Planet?
Dinosaur Planet?
White Tip's Journey.
That's right, White Tip's Journey. I love that movie so much.
It's probably my favorite episode, to be honest with you. Anyway, let's get out of the Gobi. Because now it's time to talk about the most derived ceratopsians. All of these appear in the latest Cretaceous from about 85 or 90 to 66 million years ago.
Oh, question. These groups were these on your Laurasia, or are they on Gondwana, or both?
Laurasia.
Right.
They've been found in Asia, North America. I think there are some scraps from Europe, but I can't name any from the top of my head. I don't think we have any from the southern continents, which is kind of weird, but that happens sometimes in paleontology.
So they're Union, not Confederate dinosaurs.
Yes, they were on the right side of history.
Geez. Oh gosh.
Wait, what dinosaur? Never mind. I don't want to get into that.
Let's keep going.
Anyway, these derived ceratopsians, all of them have massive heads. All of them have big frills, though some are bigger than others. And just about all of them have at least one huge horn on their face. Some have up to 3, some have more. Caden says no chasmosaurians in Asia. I think that's true. We do have a centrosaurine in Sinoceratops, though.
Yeah. So Deinonychus and Pachyrhino, stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Let me get to them.
And within these derived ceratopsians, there are 2 main branches.
I'm in the pipestone.
There are general rules that each one follows, but there are always exceptions, as with anything in biology. The centrosaurians generally have shorter frills and weird noses. And by that I mean they can have spikes or bumps. We'll talk about that.
Yeah, spikes and bumps. We'll
Yep.
talk.
The other group, the chasmosaurians, typically have big frills and brow horns. Some centrosaurians have brow horns. This one up here is Lokiceratops, which is a centrosaurian and has brow horns, but it has a big, weird nose.
So do we know what the horns are made out of? Are they bone? Are they like calcium?
All you.
Can we just get through this and get to
I-
my research?
I suppose.
Get to my
so.
research.
We
I
will.
suppose. He told me to ask questions so the slideshow will last longer.
That's true.
So blame it on
They-
him.
they're bones, but there's more going on with them that we'll talk about in a bit.
Last two class, last two class. Yes, they're bone.
They do. They have horn. They are horns. They're bony cores with a keratin sheath. Anyway, we're going to go over some of the neat centrosaurians first. So right here we have Styracosaurus. This is a picture of the holotype skull, so the first one that was found and described. And weirdly enough, Styracosaurus has a ton of individual variation. The frill can be very different between individuals, so can the spikes. There have been a lot of centrosaurians that have been lumped in with Styracosaurus just because they're so individually variable. For example, here's the holotype here. Here's another one that I can't remember the name of, but this one has asymmetrical frill or horns on its frill, and one side of its frill is partially filled in with bone, which is weird.
So are these the ones that these have the most horns of all of them, or they get even more horny?
Oh, why you gotta say it like that, man?
I don't know, to be honest with you. Right, Caden has the name. This is Hannah. Hannah, the asymmetrical Styracosaurus.
Yeah.
Yep. And here's another skull.
Yeah. Love her.
Now, Styracosaurus is a more typical centrosaurian. And then some of them get weird. Because they have to. This is Ionosaurus, whose name I can never say correctly. Vanessa.
You say Ionosaura better than you do Psittacosaur. So
Psittacosaurus.
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 Okay. Stop calling her a taco.
But it's funny.
Whatever.
Vanessa refers to this dinosaur as a can opener.
Opener. It
Which-
looks like okay.
I
You
can't
use that
disagree.
picture, but their actual skulls are more like they don't have a curve to the front. They're more dibby
Yeah,
inwards,
they just
and they
dip down.
look like a can opener.
Yeah,
So
they're
how,
weird.
so how did the dinosaurs can use their canning process in the Cretaceous?
Well, I don't know how many cans they were making in the Cretaceous, but if they did, this was it.
Was it more? Was
This
it more
was
for?
the one to open them.
I bet it was the Tyrannosaurus.
I bet it was the Tyrannosaurus.
So
Canned Styraco.
Yeah.
And again, like with Styracosaurus, a lot of individual variability with Ionosaurus as well.
Yeah.
That nose horn comes in a variety of shapes and sharpness.
See what Dynodom said? Told you. I told you so.
Latin's a dead language.
No, she's very much alive.
And then for one of the weirdest of the centrosaurians, we have one that lost its horn entirely and decided to gain a battering ram for a face. This is Pachyrhinosaurus. The big
cute.
lump of bone on its face is called a boss. And Pachyrhinosaurus is another one of those ceritopsians.
Okay.
That has a
this is short for rostrum.
Is-
Yeah.
Well, isn't it a rostral boss?
Yes, but that's what boss is short for.
You sure?
Yes.
I've never heard that before.
So like the rostrum, the nasal part,
Yeah.
boss. So they call it a rostral boss. But
Yeah.
The rostrum is the boss.
The rostrum becomes the boss.
Yeah.
Okay, I
So
get
it's
you.
the boss.
Anyway, Pachyrhinosaurus, weird dinosaur, giant lump on its face, and it's another ceratopsian that seemed to like dying in massive herds. There are at least 3 mass graves that I know of
Mhm.
for Pachyrhinosaurus. And the
Mhm.
neat thing about them is we have them in southern Canada and Alaska, which during the time of the late Cretaceous would have been above the Arctic Circle. And from isotope analysis of their fossils, we know that they lived in that area year round, including when they would have been nesting. So, more likely than not, these guys might have been born in absolute darkness and not seen the sun till they were like 3 months old, which is crazy.
We'll get to that paleo analysis.
We'll get to that. And this also brings up a fun topic with this dinosaur specifically. Some people like to restore Pachyrhinosaurus as very fluffy, based on
Ugh.
Psittacosaurus having quills. You can see a line of them up here. That's an artistic choice. Some people take that to the extreme and just cover it with fur or fur-like feathers. I didn't.
Like baby bird down.
Kinda.
It was warm back then.
It was warm, but it still got below freezing in winter. It still got below freezing, and we know they nested up there because we have babies up there. It was warmer than today, but okay. Anyway, Pachyrhinosaurus probably wasn't fluffy, but I wouldn't be surprised if it had at least some extra feathering to help with the cold. I would not be surprised.
Yeah, I agree with the Thyreophora. Whatever that's a Tyrannotherium.
Tyrannotherium.
I agree with them. I told you I said they're probably fat.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they had some fat, but
There's
I don't know. And it's one of those things where we just need good skin impressions of the fossils to know for sure.
So are you going on the debate channel now to debate this topic? Like you two going to get your debate going?
No. I am not, at least. I don't think we have the data to say for sure either way, but I think it'd be a cool idea. Anyway, now we're going to the other branch of the ceratopsids, the chasmosaurids. Again, these ones usually have big frills and brow horns, though not always. First off, we have Avaceratops, with someone you might recognize.
she's Ava.
Would you like to talk about Avaceratops, Nessie?
She's a baby. The Avaceratops part is cute too. She was a smaller, younger ceratopsian, as you can see by the scomosal spikes around her frill.
Right. I'll just highlight those for people who don't know. They're the little spikes up here.
Yeah, up on the frill. She had less venation than anything I've ever seen on a triceratops frill. And see how curved down the horns are? That means she's very, very young.
Really?
Yes, very young.
Do we have an age estimate for this specimen?
Well, I can't do my destructive paleontology on her, which is what they call what I do, because I like to break them open and look at their insides.
Vanessa loves to chop up dinosaurs.
Chopping up dinosaurs. They don't want me to cut open her legs, but I'm thinking she's less than 5 years old. Because when you're
already
a young
that big.
baby,
I had a dinosaur for lunch yesterday.
oh, It's a good chicken. But they had to grow big and fast
Okay.
to survive.
Well, I knew they grew fast. I just didn't realize it was that.
She's probably about 5 years old. One of the oldest ones we have is 36 years old. So
An Avaceratops?
no,
Or a trike?
A triceratops. But to get that big that quickly, your bones have to be super porous.
Mhm.
And the porosity in her is just
Hmm.
very porous dinosaur.
Okay.
But that's one of your Ceritopsians.
What formation is it from? Is it Judith River?
Yeah, she's Judith River.
So that's 70-ish million years old?
We projected she was 78 to 85.
Okay.
It's Judith River formation.
And Apricot Cat Mage is asking, didn't most have 3 horns? I'm guessing referring to Chasmosaurus.
So that's Triceratops. This is Avaceratops.
Yes.
She's a little bit different, and we only have 3 different specimens of her, and they all only have 2 orbital horns, and each one is all pointing forward and downward, so they're all juveniles. Juniper?
Maybe one's named Juniper?
Maybe one's named Juniper.
Thyreophora asking, how do you know this specimen is female?
So we don't. Technically, we don't know that it's female. It's just like when you get a car and you're like, oh yeah, she's a beaut.
So
If I'm Australian.
no, like sexual organs will survive to tell the difference.
We do have a Psittacosaurus cloaca.
Yeah, and then I worked on the B-Rex, the T-Rex that has medullary bone. So I have helped sexually select.
Do you want to explain
dinosaurs.
what medullary bone is?
Medullary bone is only found in pregnant birds. So when they're an egg layer, that is found in pregnant birds, the egg layer birds. And that's our first and only ever sexually defined Tyrannosaurid.
And we found it in, is it 4 T-Rexes now? 3 or 4?
Yeah, we're working on the 4th one.
Okay, but at least 3.
Yes, but B-Rex is the first one that's helped us define what is actually happening, which is pretty significant. So I'm not saying Avaceratops is a female. I'm just using her like the same way you would a car reference.
Yeah.
She's a beaut.
And as the host down here says, which I'm guessing is Vandalia. I'll explain that in a second. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask. You can @ me, you can @ Vandalia, send in a super chat if you want to help support us financially. We're happy to answer any questions. We're here to help y'all learn and encourage you to learn too. This presentation will be linked in the description. So if you want to check this out and look up any of the sources, find out more, please do.
Yeah, Kaden, you're right.
Yeah, it's hard to sex most reptiles.
Just based on morphology. It's just
most of them aren't very sexually dimorphic. Robert Madewell's comment here, it's a reference to a creationist who says that Triceratops is just an overgrown Jackson's chameleon.
Get out of my chat.
He's referencing them.
I know. It's just funny. Boo.
Actually, the same creationist that my YouTube name is a parody of.
I'm friends with Mary Schweitzer, so come on, creationist.
That's true.
Give me your questions.
Yeah. So if anyone has any questions about dinosaur soft tissue, she's the person to ask. Anywho,
It's a living thing, not a machine.
Next we have one of Vanessa's favorite ceratopsians. So this is Cosmoceratops. And Cosmoceratops is a fairly recent discovery. I think it was discovered in like 2010, sometime around then. And it's from a really neat formation. called the Kuiperowitz Formation.
Yes, Logan.
Logan is referencing one of the T-Rexes. So the Kuiperowitz is a the Kuiperowitz is a very remote formation,
See,
so it's kind of hard to study.
Blue design. I said
I agree, it's a pretty design. I agree with you.
saying I chose this design.
Yes, Vanessa chose the pictures for this.
So, so do
go
we
ahead.
know that if dinosaurs were different colors?
Occasionally. So as of right now, really not. We're mostly using bird constructs for theropods, but we did find red feathers in amber.
Not just that, especially with feathered dinosaurs, because if the feathers preserve, they tend to preserve well. It's pretty common for us to get melanosomes, which can tell us roughly what pigments were in the feathers. We've also done this for an ankylosaur, Borealopelta, which we did talk about in our last one of these streams. There's some colors that you really can't get from fossils, like structural colors. Those are kind of hard to get. But we have some idea of some dinosaurs.
I know, sure. But other than mostly having red pigmentation and fossilized feathers in amber, that's our biggest indicator that we have thus far.
Mm-hmm. Or if we really luck out and we get other.
I wish we could luck out.
I wish. Anyway, Kuiperowitz Formation. It's only in the more recent decades that this formation has really been explored. Turns out to be very fossil rich with a lot of really weird dinosaurs. And I'm kind of excited for the ongoing research down there. Because there also seem to be a lot of Parasaurolophus too, which are one of my favorite dinosaurs. Mm-hmm. And then
I didn't listen to him. I have to go potty.
Oh, are you okay?
Yeah, but they just don't.
Sorry, earbud malfunction. But now we have, I believe, your favorite dinosaur. Did you lose it? Sorry, we're finding the earbud. But our next dinosaur is at least one of Vanessa's favorites, Triceratops.
No.
I know that's not true. Your Sarah plushie is right over there.
Oh, yeah, I should get her.
So Triceratops, arguably one of the most famous dinosaurs of all time. Everyone knows about it, but there are a lot of little things about it. This is her Sarah. There are a lot of little things about Triceratops that not a lot of people do know. As an example, Triceratops has 2 distinct species. And the weird thing is, they seem to form what's called an anagenetic sequence. This is when one species smoothly transitions into another. The older species is Triceratops horridus, or the horrible 3-horned face. These ones typically have longer brow horns with more of a curve to the... They tend to have longer brow horns and a smaller beak and a smaller nose horn. The later species, Triceratops prorsus, tends to have a longer nose horn and more curved brow horns. And Vanessa will have quite a bit to say about the curviness of the horns here in a little bit. But the interesting thing is, as we go up through the formations that Triceratops is found in, such as the Lance Formation and the Hell Creek Formation, it's a pretty smooth transition from one species to another. And it's amazing that we have enough animals that we can say we have that. It's really cool. Oh, we'll talk about Yoshi, Caden. We'll talk about Yoshi. Someone in this room might have personally worked on Yoshi.
Anyway, there's a. You okay? Okay. So Vanessa's taking care of something, but when she gets back, we're gonna talk about ontogeny, which is a subject that is very near and dear to her heart. If any of you have been following me for any length of time, you might have seen this poster here that she presented. Do-do-do-do. That said, it looks like we'll have about a minute before she comes back. Do we have any questions from the chat about Ceritopsians in general? Okay, Logan wonders what may have influenced that change. I don't think we know. Sometimes species just change over time. There doesn't have to be any significant pressure, especially with relatively small changes like the proportions of horns.
Another question.
I don't know. Yeah, good question. Tyrannotherium is asking how we know that female Protoceratops are larger than the males. I believe you said that was due to the histology? Is your ear hurting?
Yeah, I have bad ears and I can't really wear these very well. Yeah, you got a smaller one?
Yes, I've been trying to. Okay. Do you want to talk about how we know female Protoceratops were bigger?
So tops would have typically a wider pelvic region, and I would think that due to the sheer fact of the number of them that we have, the wider hipped ones, I would correlate that with females. That might not be
Here,
true,
you want to try
but
this?
that might not be true, but oh, that's so much better.
There we go. I could have done that an hour ago.
Oh, so it's been thinking an hour. Do you make a phone call real fast? You said an hour into the stream.
Yes, I need to step back and make a really quick phone call.
So
Would you like to
getting into my
talk about your research?
This is my pop off, queen. Okay. So here we are. Ooh, this is so short. I need to be taller. Wish I was a little bit taller. Wish I was a lot. So this is my research. And I will make sure that this is everything that we've listed is
In the link in the description and credited
yes, sir.
Sources.
One second. Yeah. I got tiny ears, man.
Maybe just get some headphone splitter. Get some headphones.
Yeah, that's what I need to do. So this is my research, and I have found particular new modern extant species that kind of do the same resorption as Triceratops and Pachycephalosaurs, which is very important because I did this with Tyrannosaurus too, with Thomas Carr, if anyone's aware of him. So I worked with Bacher on Dracorex, Stygimoloch, Pachycephalosaurus.
Which we will talk about more later.
Yes. So there are 3 different types of dinosaurs that are horned dinosaurs.
No wonder
This
it's falling out. You have it in wrong.
What do you mean I have it in wrong? How
So that bump is supposed to wedge up against your ear
How?
to help hold it in.
Like that?
So you rotate? Yeah, like that.
Ew, I hate that.
looks
I
good.
hate
Yeah.
that a lot. Okay.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I had to learn to upside down. Otherwise, it always fall out of my ear all the time. Someone told me.
Ceritopsians are amazing. Jump ahead. So what's happening with Ceritopsians, as you'll see later, if y'all stick around for just a little bit, there's I worked on a whole ontogeny line of Triceratops for MOR.
But
for
that
the
is on
Museum of the
next
Rockies.
page if you want to go to it.
How do I go to the next
John,
page? No, because then I have to get in the Torosaurus fight.
Well, we can do that later.
Okay. Yeah, that's my baby. That's called Yoshi's Trike. That was the first thing I did when I got to Montana when I was 19. Is I worked on this tibia and the femur, and I dropped it, and it broke in half.
So with the ontogeny, so they changed quite a bit as they grew, right?
Oh yeah, they changed. I was trying to show the ontogenetic stages.
Yeah.
That's gonna be the next page. I can go
Oh, that was
to the back page. Yeah, I go back.
that one.
Meh. So, anyways, this page, this is my research, and I show how different animals that are extant, like modern day living animals, are showing the same signs that Pachycephalosaur, Triceratops, and T-Rex did. So that purple stuff, that middle pic, that's a sturgeon. So they start off really spiky. Yeah, Tyrannotherium. I work for Tom Carr. Tom's nice. Weird guy. I love him. I love his black suits. But so I have found that new. Yeah, Yoshi. I have found that other than this, there are certain turtles that do the same, certain sharks that do the same, and I'm working on a paper right now about that. So hopefully, a new paper will be coming out soon.
And specifically, this is talking about bone resorption.
Yeah,
in these
bone
animals.
resorption. So I don't want to get too technical, but see the scalloping marks in the purple bit?
Did you highlight them with the note?
Yeah.
Like where the arrows are, right?
Yeah, where the arrows are in the purple bit. And then where the arrows are in all of them, they're all resorbing. And that's called osteoclast. And then osteoblasts build it back, which is why Pachy's lost their horns, which is why Triceratops lose their squamosal spikes too.
So this research is talking about how as these animals grow, different areas in the bone are absorbed.
Yeah, and their
and
heads get
disappear.
bigger. Because no, it doesn't disappear, it's replaced. Osteoclast eats it away, osteoblasts replace it,
Right.
makes their heads bigger.
So do we know if this Yoshi had a long tongue too?
A tongue?
Like the character Yoshi.
Yeah, okay, then he's
Is it
definitely part of Man Blind.
Mario reference.
And on this page, we can see the full sequence going from a baby in the top of the image to an adult.
Oh, geez, you meant like blum?
Yeah,
Blum?
yeah, that Yoshi.
Okay. No, okay, so who's still in here wondering about Torosaurus?
Oh dear, there's gonna be a fight.
I'm not fighting
Oh,
anybody.
I have a question real fast. The Bones. Were any of these dinosaurs thought about different species, but found out that they were like juveniles or the same
That was
species?
the God.
Okay,
That was
it's
the
okay.
whole point. So Bacher named Dracorex Hogwartsia.
We're jumping ahead.
Yes,
Do we
they
want to
are.
just go to the Packies?
Just go to the pack.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. So what we're getting into here are the Pachycephalosaurs. These are once again, all of these are found in the latest Cretaceous. All of them. The oldest ones are 70 million years old. The youngest are 66. On this page, I think the youngest one is Pachycephalosaurus. And weirdly enough, they're very, very rare. And there have been a few hypotheses proposed for this. A very common one is that they may have been more
upland animals. They may have lived in hilly areas or mountainous areas, which don't really preserve fossils very well. And when their heads fall off and roll down the hills, they become Cretaceous meatballs. And what was I going to... for a more modern example of this, and Vanessa's going to yell at me for this, we have 1 or 2 species of fossil goats, which are almost all upland animals. So we have a modern example of this exact phenomenon. That's the only comparison I'm going to draw to them. But we'd like to talk about a few pachycephalosaurs in particular. All of these are from a specific formation called the Hell Creek. Here's our first one, Dracorex hogwartsia. And yes, for anyone curious, it's a reference to Harry Potter. It means the Dragon King of Hogwarts. It's a small pachycephalosaur found in the Hell Creek Formation. It lived alongside Triceratops, T-Rex, and Pachycephalosaurus itself. And it's characterized by this flat-topped, very jagged skull. And Caden, don't worry, she's not actually angry.
No.
You're fine. For our second pachycephalosaur, we have Stygimoloch spinifer, whose name translates to the spiky demon from the river Styx, referencing that it is found in Hell Creek. This is a mid-sized pachycephalosaur that lived alongside Triceratops, T-Rex, and Pachycephalosaurus. It's characterized by a jagged skull with a little dome on top of its head. And our last one...
All these images are credited to Christopher D. Piazza, by the way.
Yes.
Fantastic paleo artist.
Absolutely. And yes, artist credits are up here in the top left. And our third Hell Creek pachycephalosaur is Pachycephalosaurus wyomingensis, the thick-headed lizard from Wyoming. It's a large pachycephalosaur found in the Hell Creek Formation. It lived alongside Triceratops, T-Rex, Dracorex, and Stygimoloch.
Gee, I wonder why it lived along Dracorex and Stygimoloch.
And it's characterized by a bumpy skull with a big dome on top of the head. And now Vanessa is going to take the spotlight again.
I did this. This top picture, this little picture up top, I made those.
You took the
She
picture?
made that diorama.
Oh,
No, I made them. I put them back together.
So through work
Yes,
efforts-
Apricot. They're just a juvenile.
Yes.
I know. Yes.
So
So
through
did
work
you-
that
so you
Vanessa
did-
contributed to.
Did you dig?
Your Serenitherium?
So did you dig these guys up too? What's
Yes.
it? Nice.
I dug these up. I put them back together. And after doing histology, which histology is where you cut the bones into thin sections and you basically inlay them in a resin and do more thin sections, grind them down on a wheel, look at them under a microscope, you can see how they grew. That's what I did.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I proved this in my research.
Oh,
So
and-
I will definitely attach my research to this and y'all can look it up.
But real quick, Vandalia.
Okay.
And so what we were talking about earlier with the bone resorption, she did work on the spikes and on the domes of these pachycephalosaurs, showing that going from Dracorex, in air quotes, to Stygimoloch, there's a lot of resorption going on those back spikes and the bumps on the skull. And then there's bone deposition in the middle, actively going on with the Stygimoloch.
Oh, I said that's. Sorry, I
We
said
joked
that's.
about that earlier.
I said that's at the beginning. I said that's at the beginning of the stream, but I forgot in my head. Have you discovered a brand new dinosaur named after yourself yet?
No.
Not one that we can discuss right now.
Okay.
So, really,
Sorry, that threw me off. So yeah, as you can see,
Who
the
made that?
spikes shrink from Dracorex to Stygimoloch. They continue shrinking to Pachycephalosaurus.
Which is what my research proves with several different animals.
Yep. And you can see that right here. They have these resorption pits that you also see on modern animals like sturgeon and turtles,
Turtles.
where their spikes shrink as they age. It's the exact same thing going
I
on.
love the fish hatcheries, man. What a wild time to be alive.
Yeah.
But I mean, that was pretty fun.
Yeah.
I'm really
it had
feeling
to-
my Digimon things. Okay, well, guess what, little apricot. Love you, by the way. Caden, you are a tetrapod. I get that. So my research also through doing this, I proved that they didn't headbutt. There was really no physical way because
Yes.
it's not porous enough.
There's a later slide,
Oh
actually.
gosh, we're just skipping ahead. Oh, my other research.
Yes. And again, these presentations are going to be linked in the descriptions if anyone wants to go and read these themselves. This is
Yeah.
Vanessa's research.
There will be a later description. Host is a shark. I mean a chordate. Okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, so this is all part of my research as well. I presented this in Berlin at SVP in I think 2017.
And what we're so what exactly are we looking at here? What are you?
These are slides, thin sections. I cut open dinosaurs. I make thin sections of skulls and I try to see like what's going on in here. And so they definitely did not headbutt.
Yeah.
No. So I worked on Prehistoric Planet 2.
Well, your
And-
research was
Mm,
inspiration for it.
yes. So Darren Naish, who did the Pachycephalosaurus stuff for Prehistoric Planet, that was my research.
Mhm.
They don't headbutty each other. They joust. They never once boomed together.
Mhm.
So you might want to go back and rewatch her.
It's more like boxing than headbutting.
Yeah, they didn't headbutt. They didn't straight up boom together. But they jousted. Like I mean, not even as harshly as giraffes do or anything like that.
Which is probably why in the adults they have such reduced spikes. So they're a little less deadly to each other.
I know, Tyrannotherium. Because I did it. Just saying.
You're the murderer. You did it.
I'm the murderer.
So that is the end of the presentation. Do you
I-
want to talk about
I
Taurosaurus?
don't. No, apricot. I don't think it was. That down shape on the head is self-defense against. Yeah, everyone thought that too. That's why I do science. Darren Naish is a god. He's so sweet too. Are we going next?
So it's up to you. I think the only thing we haven't covered is Taurosaurus / Tauromorph.
Oh god, I don't even want to talk about Tauromorphs. Okay.
Well, would
So
you like me
here's
to go over it
Dracorex Hogwartsia. They lived alongside. Well, you already did this.
Yeah.
And I love her. She's cute. I love her. Stygimoloch is even more cute. Yes, Logan, I worked on. Gosh, this one is that what you wanted to see, Logan?
So if
They weren't headbutting each other. Maybe you need to go back and rewatch it because they were like jousting side by side.
so
Not once did they
maybe you should clarify what you mean by headbutt versus
Okay, headbutt is like when you ram against yourself.
like what bighorn sheep do.
Yeah, and they can't do that because there's not enough porosity to withstand that impact.
In the skulls.
Yes,
What's
and
shown in the episode is more like a boxing match.
it
where, yeah,
was.
sometimes they hit each other's heads,
But they never go like full blown at each other.
they don't charge.
They don't charge. There you go. They don't charge at each other.
Yes.
Sort of headbutting means that they were jousting. They were like side by side. Like, do giraffes headbutt? No, but they do that nasty thing where they slam their
Necking,
necks up against.
yeah.
Ugh.
They
That's
neck
yucky.
they neck butt.
They neck butt. Yeah. Well, okay, but that was like 1962. Ooh, I mean, that was like 1990.
6, well, 5
Last
when it was
one?
being made.
Lost World?
Released in 97, but made in 96.
Okay, yeah. And then that was when Bacher was pretending to be a paleontological advisor, and so they killed him off. Yeah, okay. Sure, whatever. Yeah, yes, of course, Titanium. They would defend themselves against predators. So I'm not arguing that. We're talking about naturalistic behaviors against each other. So jousting, yes, but I'm telling you, straight up headbutting, probably not.
Would they have probably used their heads as a weapon? Probably.
If they had to.
They just weren't doing the bighorn sheep ramming.
Yeah,
that's what her research is against.
My research is against if they were headbutting each other.
Did they?
Because that's not going to happen.
They mostly used their jousting in Renaissance festivals.
Only at Renaissance festivals, baby.
Yeah, you've studied.
All right, you take it back.
Thank you. Yeah, you've studied this, the resorption for the ontogeny in cephalosaurs
for 13 years.
Okay. And also to clarify with this, in adult pachycephalosaurs, sometimes they will have pits on the dome. Her research shows that those are due to bone resorption rather than injury or illness.
And I was one of the first ones to find cancer in dinosaur bones, but that paper's coming soon.
And then to clarify a little bit over here with the Triceratops ontogeny. So with the bone resorption, you can see these little spikes on the back of the skull being actively absorbed as the animal grows into a full adult, until by the end they have a fairly smooth frill with maybe a couple bumps. We also see resorption occurring as the horns change shape as they grow. As you can see, they start out curved back like this, and as they grow, they start to curve forward a bit more.
It's the same thing that's happening in pachycephalosaurs.
Yep, it's the same process.
Osteoclasts take the bone away. Osteoblasts put the bone in a different way.
Yep. So they're redistributing the bone from certain spikes.
It's called bone resorption.
Yep. And yeah, we see this in trikes, we see this in pachyes.
We see this in T-Rex, we see this in Parasaurolophus. I've seen it in a bunch.
And the more controversial opinion that Vanessa has, so there's sort of a schism in dinosaur paleontology over whether or not the Ceritopsian Torosaurus is its own genus or if it is an elderly Triceratops.
If you look at the Museum of the Rockies, the ontogeny of baby trikes all the way through elder trikes, you can see where the frill. Can they see mine?
Yeah, they can see the mouse.
Okay. This piece starts to get flat and thin out.
So the frill changes shape after adulthood.
Yes. And see how the horns here are getting shorter and like more breaky?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the frill gets longer, lankier. And you can see this at the AMNH, the American Museum of Natural History. You can see this in a lot of different places, but the frill starts to thin out and you get holes. Okay, good, Caden. So you know what I'm talking about? If you go look at that again, then you'll see where they filled it in with plaster and called it a trike. You can literally see the holes. So this is where this is definitely just an old trike. If not, show me a Torosaurus baby and don't give me any of that Neoceratop sickly looking trike stuff. Because this is what's up. Yes, Scarface. That's what I'm telling you. The Torosaurus I call it a Toromorph. Most of us, BS.
Let's just focus on this.
Okay. Let's just focus on this. I have done this. I have done the histology.
And you've seen the bone resorption.
And I can see the bone resorption, and they turn wholly in the middle of the frill to like compensate for the way that their apricot ontogeny means growth series, essentially.
Ontogeny is how an animal changes as it grows.
Yeah, but like growth series.
Yeah.
That's an easy way to explain that.
Something else to probably emphasize is there is a smooth gradient.
And also, everywhere that I have found a Torosaurus, I have not found a baby Torosaurus.
Yes.
Okay, then go find me a baby Torosaurus.
So there is something that is sometimes referred to as a juvenile Torosaurus.
That one sickly ass Neoceratops?
That appears to be a different genus called Ornithoceratops.
Yeah.
Which is a Chasmosaurian ceritopsian, but does not appear to be it doesn't appear to be an
Then prove
Torosaurus.
it. Tyrannotherium. Go find it. Show me.
Maybe a little scuffed.
All right, sorry.
But so it
is real, but we call it a Toromorph.
Okay. So once again, this is something where it is an active schism in dinosaur paleontology. Vanessa's on one side of that schism, and she wanted to come along tonight to present her research so that all of you can see her side.
Like I've literally done this. I've literally done the histology. I will read these papers, but if you can prove to me that I'm wrong, that's my favorite part about science.
Admitting
what do I always say?
Yep.
Admitting that
My
you're wrong.
favorite. That's fine.
Yep.
My favorite part about science is that even if I'm proven wrong, I will accept it.
Yep.
But I need the proof.
We just need to see the evidence.
That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to be proven wrong because that's what science is about.
You mean that scientists admit when they're wrong? That's
the purpose of science.
I will admit that I'm wrong if you can give me definitive proof that I'm wrong, because I've been doing this for a long time. Mm-hmm. So if you can prove to me that I'm wrong, I will bow down and kiss your feet, whatever.
Yes.
The challenge has been laid out.
Then go find them.
The gauntlet has been thrown.
And for the record, anyone can learn about paleontology. Anyone can find a fossil. Something that both of us want to encourage is more lay people getting into paleontology.
Yeah, so let's go.
Anyone can find a fossil and notify a museum. The museum can collect it, and then it's available for everyone to research.
Yeah. And that's why I'm here in Wyoming saving the dinosaurs when no one else is.
I mean,
that's the big thing. Yeah, well, you're on my team.
Yeah, he's the Anakin to her Obi-Wan.
And we are doing a lot of research out here that we can't really talk about. That's another thing in science. You really don't want to talk about your research publicly until it's actually out there. But
we're always excited to learn more. We're always excited to find more. And yeah, I think
Sorry,
that's
it's
about
like
all.
the process engineers don't.
That's true. I am always excited when I find a new fossil, or when I learn something new, or I'm proven wrong.
if y'all have anything you want to share, I'm definitely not opposed to it.
Mhm.
But if you're gonna come out and say things that don't make sense without anything to back it up, then I'm gonna keep thinking what I'm thinking, and you keep thinking what you thinking.
Yep, and also, so Caden, you apologize too much. Thank you for the link to the paper you shared with us. We'll look at it after the stream's over. Like we've been saying, evidence changes our minds.
Yes, little apricot. Apricot. My dog's name's Clementine, so now I'm gonna start saying, "Oh my darling apricot."
Let's see. Does anyone else have any more questions for me or for Vanessa? Like, Vanessa,
Hey,
go ahead.
did you not
Oh
listen
dear.
to anything
Oh dear.
about bone resorption? Oh my gosh, get educated.
All right. So,
So-
questions. Tag us or super chat, or
Yep. And all I'll say is all this research is linked in the description. If you refresh the page, you can see the link to the presentation. You can read this, and if it convinces you that it does, if it doesn't, it doesn't.
I'll try reading.
But we've presented the evidence for our side.
Yeah.
Oh, we do have a fun question. What do you think of the sounds for T-Rex on YouTube? So, like the sounds that people make about what T-Rex might have sounded like. So, with
Come on, Cody.
T-Rex, it's
Cody.
always going to be speculation because we're never going to find a syrinx from a T-Rex.
Yeah,
I don't
probably
think ever.
not. I found a brain case
Well, yeah,
for
but
a T-Rex, but that doesn't give any sound
yeah,
definition. You know?
vocal cords in general are very hard to preserve. We
I didn't
can
say you weren't educated. I just said read.
make inferences though based on related animals. A lot of more
Read some
modern sounds for
papers.
T-Rex are based on crocodilians, which mostly make a bunch of really deep chest rumbling
Love you,
noises.
Tracy. I really do.
But yeah, the T-Rex noises, they're going to be speculation. They can be based on real science, though. Personally, I really like the deep rumbling noises. I think they're pretty cool.
so we're all of the dinosaurs we talked about today all herbivores or any carnivores.
Do we want to talk about possible omnivory? I'll pull up the packies. So
There's a possibility.
there's a possibility that that's a good picture. That some pachycephalosaurs may have been omnivorous.
But that's weird too because they have the same teeth as ankylosaurs.
Yeah.
Ankylosaurs.
Something to keep in mind is carnivory and herbivory is a spectrum. Like horses will eat chickens or
Yeah,
other birds if
yeah.
they get near their mouths. So did a pachycephalosaur sometimes eat meat? Probably. But was it a regular part of their diet? We don't know. Let's see. Our next question is
Ceritopsians sound again. Probably like this. Is that good?
again, we don't really know. The big noses they have may have been good for for making resonating. May have been good for making noises that could have amplified any sort of calls they could have made. We don't know,
Go visit the halls of
but I'd be
horses.
interested to learn more. Vanessa, is Nanotyrannus valid? I think that's about all we have to say on that. No, Nanotyrannus is not a valid genus. It is a juvenile / teenage T-Rex. Well, it hasn't been for like 20 years since we found Jane.
Yeah. There's that.
Did Pachycephalosaurus eat eggs?
Oh yeah. So I saw this question earlier. Do you remember when we made that joke?
Yeah.
About them
Everything
eating
eats eggs.
Everything eats eggs.
Eggs are a little nutritious snack that is full of calories. Everything will eat an egg.
Do you eat eggs?
I like eggs. You were allergic to eggs.
Well, just the yellow part.
I mean, that's an important part.
Yeah.
Just chicken eggs, or can you eat any other eggs?
It's just the yellow part of any eggs. I think it's the sulfuric content.
So the yolk. So you're an egg. Your egg whites, no yolk.
Well, it's the same way that I'm lactose intolerant. I just refuse to acknowledge it.
Like with peanuts, which is gonna kill you someday.
I don't do that.
Somebody needs to protect you from yourself.
Yes.
I know.
Any more questions about dinosaurs or random stuff or random things?
Well, I think maybe we'll maybe if any questions come in during the closing. Ooh, here's a fun one. Do you believe we'll ever find a new species of Tyrannosaur in Hell Creek?
I do. I do believe that we'll find at least a couple, because I don't think we've gone deep enough.
In the Hell Creek?
Yes, in Hell Creek.
Okay.
I don't believe that we have gone deep enough in Hell Creek, because when we brought the helicopter out and pulled out Yoshi,
yeah,
I know there's more in there.
Of Yoshi or just of Ceritopsians?
Rexes.
You think there's Rexes?
Are they asking about Trikes?
No, they're asking if we'll ever find a new Tyrannosaur. Yeah.
Yes, but I don't think they'll be Rexes. I think one is a pretty large raptor, and then I think the
Dakota
other one,
Raptor.
Yeah, whatever you want to call her.
So, if you did come up with a new species, what would you name it? What was your preferred name for it if your own discovery?
It would depend on the animal. There's a trend in paleontology recently that I really like, where people will name dinosaurs in a native language. I really like that, so I would probably try to follow that trend. So it just depends on where it's found and what it is.
There's only a Megaraptor.
No, there's no Megaraptor in Hell Creek.
Oh, 7 Meg. Watch it be like, quit.
I mean, it's possible we'll find a Megaraptor in the Hell Creek, but we don't have any from the Northern Hemisphere as far as I know. So maybe, but no idea. Let's see. Do we want to start closing out? And then if anyone asks any more questions, we can just pop them up.
All right. So you guys want to advertise your upcoming stuff?
Sure. You have a new channel.
Well, yeah, I started a new channel. She's not attached to this.
It's in the description.
In the description, I started a new channel called WY Paleo, Wyoming Paleontology. It's going to be mostly Wyoming-based things.
Like geology, dinosaurs.
Geology, dinosaurs, paleontology, even turtles, crocs, and whatever the heck else.
And again, state paleontologist. So a lot of great info you're going to get from her. You also have a TikTok, right?
Well, yeah, I have my TikTok. It's DinoChick92. You can find me on there on TikTok. But it's really important to try to get this YouTube channel up and going.
Right.
so that way I can help save the dinosaurs of Wyoming, which is my whole goal.
Yeah.
That's everything I've ever wanted, is saving dinosaurs. So this is pretty important. So if you could go follow me over there.
Mhm.
I've only got one little time-lapse video up because I literally just started it today, and then I'm gonna have more videos
More
coming
coming
up,
soon.
as I get her going.
Oh, well, you have at least one new subscriber. That's good.
Woo! Who's that?
Logan, your friend,
Oh,
sarcastic
yes,
throwing
yes,
sounds.
yes.
And Caden too.
So, boys.
Let's see. As for my channel, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, when I started this, you had 10 subscribers, but now you're up to like 20. You doubled your subscriber count
Hey,
since you started.
No, are you serious?
you have a small classroom following you now.
No, Cody, it's not true.
Yep. We have a question that were compies venomous?
No,
We don't. We,
there's no way to know that.
well, there are ways to know, but we
We
don't.
have any evidence for
Yeah,
it.
we don't have any evidence for any venomous dinosaurs.
Whatever.
Um,
But if y'all could go follow me over on WY Paleo, I'm trying to save the dinosaurs here. And by
Mhm.
following me, you could help me save them too.
Yep. And going to be putting out a ton of educational content on some very
Yeah.
interesting, like rock formations and dinosaurs.
Yeah. And I might record go visit the schools,
Yeah.
and I go give them talks, and I give them like nice talks. So we'll see about that.
Yeah. Going to be a lot of great
But
stuff.
I would really appreciate it.
As for my channel, I'm working on getting more educational content out there. I'd like to talk about a bunch of different dinosaurs, a bunch of different fossils and rocks. I'm starting a new series where I just talk about the rock formations in this area because there's a lot of neat history here and nobody knows about it.
Yeah.
Well, nobody knows about it yet. But that's pretty much all for me, I think. How about you, Vandalia?
As for me, I am currently editing, uploading a mini series about the U.S. Constitution because I figured in this political climate, people need to be reminded of it.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah. Other than that, I am currently streaming on and off on Twitch. Anybody like gaming content, go check it out there.
Yeah,
And
I saw when we started that your Twitch says you're playing World of Warcraft.
You're playing WoW?
yes. Technically, I'm
yeah.
not currently doing it right now, but I don't know. My Discord, some reasons, is saying I'm always playing it, even when I'm not.
Huh.
But
yeah.
I don't know. Name a paleontologist she could probably introduce you to.
Yeah. 24, but let's see if I have space.
So I don't know if you'll be in the next episode, but we got to talk about where next episode we're going to be. Any play in particular you guys want to talk about? You and Chad, or you guys?
Well, I think for the Ornithischians, the only group we have left is the Ornithopods. So yeah, it looks like she knows Tracy Ford.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only ones left are the Ornithopods. So your duckbills, Tenontosaurus, which I can say might have found a few out here. I don't know. You wouldn't happen to know anything about any super ducks, would you?
Yeah, on our next stream, maybe.
Well, they're just with ornithopods.
If she gets enough subscribers, we can stream from her channel too next time.
That's true. You should be approved for streaming next time we do this.
Yeah, so super duck.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to eventually get to my favorite dinosaurs growing up was the Allosaurus. Allosaurus, that was my favorite growing up.
Okay. I can't blame you for that.
Hey, I grew up in the
We cannot talk
80s.
about some Allosaurus things. So
I grew up in the 80s.
You grew up during the good time.
Well, I grew up before they even knew it. I grew up before the asteroid
DuckTales.
before the asteroid was a thing. Was officially a thing.
before we found the Chicxulub impact crater.
Yeah, so I was in the pre days.
Logan.
Yep, he's got a thing he wants to talk about. He's got a topic for a future video.
Iguanodon. Yeah.
Come on. You know I'm going to talk about Gryposaurus. Yep. You'll show. I
So-
knew he was going to say Gryposaurus.
So,
Gryposaurus,
so any of you,
Myophora.
so any of you have a
That
thing.
is the Gryposaur.
I know.
So-
I'm saying we can talk about Myosaur too.
So if any of you have a thing that want to talk about a topic, put in the comments below in the after we go thing, and we'll eventually get to it.
Well, tell us your favorite. Tell us your
dinosaurs.
Tell us your favorite Marginocephalian in the comments. That'd be appropriate for this episode.
Yeah, I told you. Logan, what the? You already know. I didn't say a bad word. You already know. You already know about duck butt.
Yeah, who knows? We might have some dig site pictures we can show.
Oh my gosh.
We got our oldest here, 64.
1964. Wow.
Wow.
So is that
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
are you a boomer or an Xer?
Oh boy. All right.
All right.
Dinosaurs says fine. No, she's not. She's boring.
Edmontosaurus is big.
I'm just kidding. I love her.
All right.
Loki Ceratops.
Well,
Okay.
I think
told
our
you Loki Ceratops.
I think our outro has gone on for about 20 minutes,
All right,
so we
so-
should probably wrap it up.
Okay, you have a catchphrase. You guys have an official catchphrase now for ending streams.
Yeah. Can you dig it?
Okay, okay, Booker T.
You say Booker T like Booker T. Washington?
No, it's a wrestler in WCW and WWE. That was his catchphrase.
Maybe not use that then.
I just say have a good evening. Hope you learned something. I'm kind of boring.
All right.
No. Dig it.
As I always say, never stop learning. Enjoy the randomness. We'll see y'all next time. Bye. Okay, I think I had a little technical issues there. I'm not sure. But welcome to Talking Time with Caffeine, the podcast where we talk about stuff that we enjoy or we hate or just because we want to.
Mhm.
For 2 weeks in a row today, surprise visit. Usually we take a little break here, but he's like he wanted to get on this immediately.
Yeah, well, why wait? We got some interesting dinos to talk about this week. Not sure if we love or hate them. I guess we'll see.
Yeah,
Well, a mixture of both.
yeah. We'll answer all questions at the end, but if you give him give Dr. Dino a super chat or give me in the Streamlabs link down below, we will give your questions priority.
Yes, but we'll try to answer as many questions as we can, just in general.
Yeah.
Let's see. Should we introduce ourselves, Senor? Or
I guess I'll start because my name is 98. People that know people on my channel already know who I am, but the new people who are to Dr. Dinos and the V's channel might not know. I have a podcast I do every Saturday, and I talk about stuff, and I also play games.
I'm Dr. Dino, spelled like I'm German because it's funny. I love to talk about dinosaurs and other prehistoric critters, and well, I just kind of like to have fun.
And hi, I'm Vanessa. Everyone calls me Nasty, like the Loch Ness Monster. And you can find me on YO Paleo. I do dinosaurs in Wyoming, and I primarily study that. So if you want to come find me, follow me on YO Paleo.
And today we have an interesting group of dinosaurs we'll be talking about.
We are continuing with the
We're continuing the Ornithischians.
yes.
With the last branch of the group, the Ornithopods. Let's see. I think we already had a question or two come in. Spinosaurus is asking, what's your opinion on Nanotyrannus?
I thought we weren't going to get into Nano.
It's more so as a joke.
Yes and no for Nano. Hello, Kansas.
Oh, it's neat.
It's me.
Well, everyone ready for us to get started?
Yeah, let's go.
Alrighty. So, again, today we are talking about the Ornithopods, which, while they are Ornithischians, they're not... Well, Ornithopods are Ornithischians, but not all Ornithischians are Ornithopods. We're going to be using these words a lot, so I figured it'd be a good idea to clear up any confusions.
Mhm.
Ornithischians are just a broad group of dinosaurs. Almost all of them are plant eaters. If you think of a plant-eating dinosaur that's not a sauropod, it's probably an Ornithischian. As you follow up the tree a bit, you get all the way to the end here where we have a split between Ceritopsians, which we covered last week, and our Ornithopods for this week.
Yeah, I see. These guys are more closely related to the topic we talked about last week than the topic we talked about a few weeks ago.
Well, closely related / So ornithopods are an interesting group because there are things like them throughout the entirety of the Mesozoic, basically from the beginning all the way to the end. And they appear to be one of, if not the last of the Ornithischian branches to split off and become their own thing, rather than just being a general little plant eater.
So these guys mostly stayed on their for bipedal, looks like.
Well, that depends on the ones you're talking about. Some are bipedal. Most of them are facultative bipeds, meaning that they spent most of their time on all fours, but could get up on two legs if they had to run. Also, I'm just going to tilt down my camera a bit because I talk with my hands and I just realized my name's covering them.
And I'm short as heck.
Oh, we're both kind of short. But alrighty. So, ornithopods were one of the most successful groups of dinosaurs. And a lot of people might look at them and say, oh, it's a duckbill, it's generic, it's nothing. They're generic because they were unbelievably successful. In all honesty, they were probably the most they were probably the most common group of dinosaurs besides birds, just because of how good they were.
So because they were like a good body plan?
Yeah, they had a really good generalized body plan that helped them conquer every corner of the earth.
Now, do you think that the droppings, dino droppings, the same birds did today?
Well, I don't know. I've never seen one of their coprolites. Have you?
I have, and they don't look the same.
Well, to be fair, Ornithischians and actual birds diverged way back in the Triassic. So
True, very true.
um,
So Chugwater Formation?
yeah, somewhere out there. It's a rock formation out there.
He's right here. Let's go find him.
All right, so real fast, why did they get the name duck-billed dinosaurs?
You want to handle that one?
The structure of the face. is
Yes.
more duck shaped, like a duck bill. Well, hence duck bill dinosaur.
Well, at least
That's
the
how
bones
that
are.
happened. Yeah, the bones are.
Although in recent years, we've started to more appreciate that they had a keratin extension to the bill. So the actual face wouldn't really have looked that duck-like, at least for most of them. But at any rate, within the ornithopods, this particular group,
Mhm.
there are two major body plans that emerge. We have the skinny and scrawny ones, and the big and tall
They're
ones.
chewy.
Are they chewy?
I don't know. I was making a play off of Disney dinosaur.
Yeah.
Oh, those skinny ones are chewy.
Now we.
A crap ton of teeth.
Oh yes, these things have the most teeth of any dinosaur, I think. By the end,
Can I do the poem real quick?
I don't know the poem. Go ahead.
Shed a tear for Trachodon. His dental chart was chilling. He had 5,000 teeth, and each one needed filling.
Oh, that sounds accurate and painful.
Yeah, I'm a little dumb.
It's fine. But
Tenontosaurus, let's go, Tenonto.
we might be talking about Tenontosaurus later.
Maybe.
I didn't write it down. I can't remember the name of this little ornithopod up here. But this big one down here is called Magnapolia.
I know. Is that a Thessalsaur?
I don't think it's a thessaliosaur, but it is a basal ornithopod. Oh dear. What is it? Are you okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Anyway, Magnapolia is here because I love the name. The translation is Big Paul.
Big Paul. Paleoanalysis, I hope you're in here because that top picture is for you.
Okay.
Did you send him the link to it?
Horizon. Yes, we were.
Oh, someone you know? Friend of yours?
Yes, we were digging her in Montana.
Well, not Magnapolia, right?
Screw you, Ness.
No need to read out loud.
Yes, Horizon.
You're calling him skinny and scrawny. I got it. Anyway, we have these major body plans. They all start out skinny and scrawny. Some of them get big and tall, but we still have the little ones all the way to the end. And like I alluded to before, honestly, you could consider this group the true rulers of the Mesozoic because they're everywhere. We have ornithopods on quite literally every continent, quite a few islands you wouldn't expect. And just a case in point, here are a bunch of ornithopods from Australia. We have all of these from, I think, 2 or 3 rock formations.
So they were food for the carnivores on both the Lasosaurus and the Gondwana. I never came out those names.
What was that?
They were food for the carnivores on both Eurasia with the L and then the
Gondwana. Yep.
Yeah.
But not just food. They were really successful animals in their own right. And we've learned a lot about the past from studying them. If you want to know what an ancient ornithopod would have looked like, here's a pretty good example here. The animal on screen is known as Nanosaurus agilis. It is a really tiny ornithischian that's kind of close to the ornithopods, though it itself is not one. Oh, and we have a cat, and we don't have a cat. But this is what your ancestral ornithopod would have looked like. Again, small and skinny, and probably fluffy.
Yeah, I think you.
Now, why would this thing be fluffy? Well, we have small ornithischians all over the world, but particularly in Russia,
we have one called Calindrodromius. Now, it's much older than Nanosaurus here. I think it's about 180 million years old, but it's covered in feathers. And if one that old has so many feathers, well, stands to reason that trait might have continued, especially for these smaller body ones. Also, just a little fun fact about Nanosaurus. It's from the Morrison Formation here in Wyoming, actually. It's been found. And if you know anything about the Morrison Formation and its history, it was sort of one of the main focuses for the Bone Wars during the late 1800s between Othniel Marsh and Edward Cope.
Cope and Marsh mentioned.
Marsh named a dinosaur Othnielia after himself, and much later on, some other scientists named a little ornithischian they found Drinker after
Edward
Cope.
Drinker Cope.
Yep.
What a weird middle name.
I don't know.
Middle
It
name was
happens.
Drinker. Maybe his dad was I
Yeah,
don't know.
maybe. But in just a couple years ago, both of those dinosaurs became synonymous with Nanosaurus. And I just think it's funny that two dinosaurs named for both of the leaders of the Bone Wars are now just tiny saurus.
Sorry.
But I mentioned Australia earlier, and I thought I'd talk about a few of the little odd things from that continent. Because as we've talked about on this series before, once you get on an island, you get weird. And Australia is no exception.
So, do you know if they share by this point they shared the island with the marsupials yet, or they have not arrived yet?
Yes, there were marsupials on Australia, actually. We have fragmentary remains, but we do have remains from, I want to say, at least 6 different genera from Australia, from the, I think this is early Cretaceous. But for our dinosaurs today, we have, well, can you say that name? I
What?
always struggle with it.
Which one?
This one.
Laelianellosaura?
Liaelinosaura.
No, I said Laelianellosaura.
But this
You
dinosaur,
remember walking with dinosaurs?
I remember
When they
walking with
ate
dinosaurs.
Fruit, the fermented fruit off the ground? Laelianellosaura. That's her name.
Well, at any rate, this little dinosaur, we're not 100% sure where it goes. It's kind of bounced around a few times in different analyses. But at the moment, it's assigned to a group of ornithopods called the Elasmarians, which which we see throughout the Cretaceous period. And they're just little speedy little things, and they're kind of weird. And the depiction of Liaelinosaura up here is fluffy. Again, taking that little input from older ornithischians like Calindrodromius. And also, this animal lived very far south, which, granted, during the Mesozoic, the world was warmer than it is today,
The base of Gondwana.
but it was at the very base of Gondwana, or at least the very southern part of Australia, which at the time would have been below the Antarctic Circle, so definitely possible it could have seen some snow.
Fluffy.
Yeah, being fluffy would help out with that. The other critter on screen is Mutaburosaurus,
Quite true.
which, oh yes, quite the tail.
No kidding.
There is a very long tail from an ornithischian that's been assigned
There's
to.
over
Liaelinosaura?
17 vertebrae,
I feel like there would have to be more than that.
but they were longer. They were elongated.
Oh, so they're long and
Yeah,
okay.
they're like weirdly long.
I haven't actually seen the tail.
Oh, okay. I'll show you.
Oh yes, and Caden is correct here in the chat. Liaelinosaura is named for Leah Ellen, whose brother Tim would later get the dinosaur Timimus named after him. It was found by a pair of Australian fossil hunters. And they named dinosaurs after their kids, which I think is pretty cute.
Okay, that's super cute.
Mhm.
Metabarosaurus here.
Muttaburrasaurus, on the other hand, well, we go from a tiny little dino to actually one of the bigger dinosaurs coming out of Australia, not counting sauropods. Muttaburrasaurus could reach about 30 feet long, but it was bipedal, which kind of makes it weird among the ornithopods. See, with most of them, when they get big, they become quadrupeds. But Muttaburrasaurus didn't. It stayed on its hind legs. It actually has fairly small arms. It also has a really weird face with a weird skull.
Oh, don't call her that. It's a strange face, but she's not a weird face. Not in
Okay.
a bad way.
I wasn't meaning it in a bad way, but you're right.
She's beautiful. I love her. It, him,
Yes.
them, they.
It,
I love this dinosaur.
well, I agree. And as Don Fairfield is asking here, both of these were in Walking with Dinosaurs.
Yes, they were.
And they did look very different. I'm pretty sure the Leonellinosaura in Walking with Dinosaurs was a recolored Dryosaurus model.
I think it was a dry.
Yeah, and they didn't change it very much. Muttaburrasaurus in there, though, is really cool. And they show it having nasal pouches
Yeah.
when it roars.
Underneath the zygomatic arches.
No, above, in the nasals.
Oh, up here?
Yeah, because it has the big nose.
Oh, it did the big nose thing.
Yeah,
Oh,
and they made the
wow.
nose inflatable in Walking with
That's
Dinosaurs.
Yeah. Wow.
And I just think that's pretty cool because we do know that later ornithopods did some weird things with their noses.
Okay.
Muttaburrasaurus also belongs to a strange offshoot of the ornithopods called the rhabdodontomorphs.
Weirdness is always okay.
I agree. The rhabdodontomorphs,
Nasally or facially.
just in general, weirdness is cool.
Yeah. That's what makes us us.
Yeah.
That's what makes you you.
Well, at any rate, these rhabdodontomorphs, mouthful of a name, but they're an interesting little group. As far as I know, almost all of them are bipedal, and most of them are small. Muttaburrasaurus is weirdly big, but that happens on islands.
I really.
Well, are we
So let's
ready?
Keep going.
Are we ready to
Let's
get out of
this
Australia?
Yeah. Australia, mate.
So, I do have a question real fast.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Did they migrate to Australia or did they migrate from Australia?
With it being Gondwana, they probably migrated south.
Yeah, probably to Australia.
Yes.
We have older members of both of these groups. I think both in North America, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So their ancestors would have been Laurasian.
Yeah. So Laurasia migrating south to Gondwana.
Yeah. And then getting to an island and getting weird, as things do.
Okay, real fast. One last question.
Yeah.
Probably not, but did these branch off in the Jurassic or the Cretaceous?
So it would have started in the late Jurassic,
Okay,
and it would have slowly migrated into early to mid, all the way into late Cretaceous.
Yeah. All right.
Does that answer your question?
yes.
Okay.
Okay. Well, getting us out of Australia, we run into a more dangerous tale, you could say. As I already alluded to, most of these larger ornithopods, as they grew bigger, became much more quadrupedal. Now, they could still stand on their hind legs. Many of them could run on their hind legs, and in fact, they probably did to escape predators. But one of these early big ones is Tenontosaurus.
Not Thessalsaur, Tenontosaurus.
Yes, not a Thessaliosaur, a
Shout out to
Tenontosaurus.
We have a pronunciation war going on here.
No, it's just there's a dinosaur that sounds vaguely similar that sometimes gets mixed up with this one. But at any rate, oh wait, are people? Never mind. So Tenontosaurus was first found in the Cloverleaf Formation in Montana, which is a rock formation that Nessie and I actually do quite a bit of work in.
Working on them for about 15 years.
Yep. You've done a lot of work with Tenontosaurus, right?
Yeah, I've done a lot of Tenontosaurus.
Yep. It's weirdly common in the Cloverleaf Formation, which is another thing we're going to see with these ornithopods. They're usually the most common fossils in their ecosystems, which is interesting for a large herbivore. And if you pay attention to any dino media, you might have seen this animal before getting eaten by Deinonychus, the namesake of my channel. Now, we have found a few Tenontosaurus with actually dead Deinonychus, indicating it wasn't a clean kill. But it appears they were hunted by them, which is weird because Tenontosaurus is about the size of a rhinoceros. Like, it's a big animal, and Deinonychus would have been about the size of a gray wolf. And sometimes you just get these weird predator-prey relationships in the fossil record. Does that mean that Deinonychus hunted in packs? You'll have to tune into the eventual episode on raptors.
Yeah, because I've got some things to say about that.
I think we both have opinions.
Yeah, it's just different.
But I mean, heck, I was working out in the Cloverleaf yesterday, and I might have found another Tenontosaurus because, like I said, they're really, really common. And as people have noticed, it has a weirdly long tail.
Yes, Horizon.
Do you think Tenontosaurus has the longest tail relative to its body?
No.
For a large ornithopod?
Yes.
For a large ornithopod.
Oh, Ornithopod?
It's definitely
Yes.
up there.
Yeah, she's up there.
Yeah, it's really long. Probably really good for defense. Just having a telephone pole strapped to your butt. Okay, tell me I'm wrong. That thing's the size of a tree.
That was such a funny way to put that.
What kind of tree? A maple tree, a redwood, a cypress, an oak.
I'm feeling a short spruce tree.
A short spruce.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe it would have been spiky too.
Oh my gosh. That's so silly.
But going from a dangerous tail, we go to a dinosaur that's a little more historically important, at least at the moment. What is on screen now is one of the most famous ornithopods, and for very good reason. Even though it's also a weirdo.
Was this one of the
Which
first
again,
dinosaurs
it is
ever? Was it? I might be misremembering it. Was it one of the first two dinosaurs ever discovered?
It is the second dinosaur to ever have an official name. At least one that's still valid. This is Iguanodon. And it's, if any dinosaur has gone through a lot of changes, I think this animal has been changed more than Spinosaurus, to be honest with you.
Oh gosh, and that's painful.
Yeah. And it's odd for an ornithopod too, because Iguanodon has really huge front limbs. In fact, they're almost as long as its hind limbs, which you never see in an ornithopod. The arms are really, really well muscled. They have a great range of motion. Believe it or not, we've known about this animal for almost 200 years, so there have been a lot of studies on it. And of course, it has that big iconic thumb spike, which I love old paleo art where you see it just jabbing a theropod in the throat.
The thumb spike?
Yeah. And and again, there have been lots of studies on this. It could use its thumbs like daggers, or it could punch you with its fingers.
So was this dinosaur skeleton changed after we learned more about like the other one, the Megalosaurus was from a it went. I think the Megalosaurus went from a like quadruped to a biped. This one changed too, or did it stay the same throughout the years?
See, that's the fun thing. If you look up historical pictures of Iguanodon, you'll see a ton that don't even look like the same animal. Because when it was first discovered, they basically reconstructed it as a giant iguana, because Iguanodon, it has teeth like an iguana. We also thought the thumb spike was a horn on the nose, so you see that in the earliest depictions. They also really overestimated its size. The initial estimate for Iguanodon puts it at about 25 meters, I think.
Mhm.
Like, just way too big. Though that is to say, Iguanodon was still a really, really big animal. Like, it's huge, to be honest with you. It's a really huge ornithopod. And a little fun fact for everybody here. As of February 10th, 9 days from today, we'll have known about this dinosaur for 200 years.
Happy
A cake and
birthday!
a special post. We're gonna do it. We're
Yes.
gonna have a freaking
Hap-
party.
Happy birthday,
Something special.
Don.
Yeah, Megalosaurus's 200th birthday was last year, actually.
That's crazy.
And why didn't we
200 years?
celebrate? Why didn't we celebrate it? Where were you?
A lot of people did in paleontology.
So I make a cake every day or every year for David Attenborough. No,
Richard Attenborough.
Richard Attenborough. Best hug I've ever gotten. Ever. And then for Judy, little Decky, yep.
Yep.
I make a cake for them every year. June 16th and July 18th.
Mhm.
Every year. Just for that.
And I guess this year, one for Iguanodon, huh?
Now I'm gonna have to make one for the 200th birthday of Iguanodons.
You know, as the years go on, we'll actually have more and more to do.
February
It's kinda
4th, huh?
fun.
You want me to make a birthday a cake for you too? I'll do it.
Well, I will say we do have more to say on Iguanodon.
Yeah, we do.
Quite a bit more, and some of it involves this skeleton here, but we'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
Because since this is such an important dinosaur, I feel we might as well talk about its discovery a little bit. So Iguanodon
Nah.
was named by the Mantels.
Oh my gosh.
Gideon and Mary Ann Mantell found the first remains. Mary Ann was a very, very skilled artist. She drew all the bones, and Gideon presented them to, was it the Royal Society? Or I think the Royal Society
The
in
Royal
England.
Society.
Yep. He presented it on February 10th, 1825. And thus Iguanodon was born.
I love the nose piece on this
Yes.
specifically. That's the cutest thing ever.
Yep. This is a drawing that Mary Ann made of the original Iguanodon. She included some extra material they found besides just the teeth, but the teeth are there. And as you can see, they thought the thumb spike was a nose horn. The ironic thing is, though, this is no longer Iguanodon. The material that is in this picture was looked at later on and found to be a different genus, which is a complicated story because paleontology can never be easy.
Looks like this is small enough to. Was this small enough to sit on a branch or something?
That seems to be what she drew. I'm not sure why she drew it like that, but it's a good artistic piece.
It's like it's sitting on a vertebrae column.
That's what I always thought when I was a kid.
Yeah, me too.
But this is now named Mantellosaurus, which is similar to Iguanodon, but it's different. Now, what really, really made Iguanodon important to the history of paleontology was a discovery during the late 1870s. There was a mine in Bertelsart, Belgium,
I believe it was a coal mine. And as they dug, they started finding bones. And more bones. And more and more and more and more and more. I believe, isn't it 30 total?
For the
For
ones that
Bernissart?
were stuck, yeah, it was 32, I think, in total that I read. So,
So-
yes, 30.
So 32 adult iguanodon, all preserved together in this one coal mine.
Oh, and yes, these two are on opposite sides of the diapsid family tree.
Oh, iguanas and iguanodon. Yes, they are.
Mhm.
Iguanas are lepidosaurs.
Mhm.
Iguanodon is an archosaur. But they do have similar looking teeth. At any rate, up here we have a map of the quarry, and you can just see we have individual after individual after
I
individual.
think they found 32 individuals, but it might have been a mixture. So it could have been 20, anywhere from 28 to 32
Well,
individuals.
It's around 30.
Yeah, so
Um,
typically like around 30.
Yeah, around 30 of them. And the fun thing is, there's probably more down there, but the mine was closed down, unfortunately. So we
Mhm.
might never know. At any rate, why so many of these things? It's really hard
Yeah,
to say.
so what happened?
Maybe they saw the devil and died afraid.
Ah, don't give me that stuff.
So there are actually a few hypotheses for what might have killed all of these dinosaurs.
Okay.
The one I feel is most likely is that they were trekking through a very, very muddy swamp. We know from the rocks in the mine that it was a swamp deposit with very thick mud.
Are there juveniles?
Nope, only adults.
Wow.
And
So the heavier ones got trapped?
what it seems to be, it seems that a herd of iguanodon was going through a swamp. The adults sunk into the mud while the youngsters were able to just scamper
Do you
on
think
by.
it was like a methane trap?
That's also a possibility. Some researchers have proposed that volcanic gases or something poisonous like methane may have killed a herd as they walked through.
The heavier ones
Well-
would have gotten trapped.
But my problem with the methane idea, though, or volcanic gases, is just there's no juveniles. And,
Well, they're lighter. They could have.
well, but they still breathe.
Yeah, but they could have gotten out faster.
That's true. The main thing is we just don't know. There are hypotheses, but as with some things in science, we might
Flash
never
flood?
know.
Well, even
Also
then,
possible.
even with the flash flood, there would still be juveniles.
There would still be juveniles, and there would be flood deposits, which we don't
Uh-huh.
have.
And the only thing that we have are older adult
Mhm.
dinosaurs.
And not just, well, we don't just have a ton of them. They're also super well preserved, which at this point in time, for dinosaur paleontology, is a huge deal.
But the way that they're so well preserved makes me think that
It could have been something poisonous.
Right.
Yep.
A flood event. But how did the babies get out? And how did they just have the adults,
And we just don't know. If they ever reopen the mine, maybe we can actually get down there and study it.
The children yearn for the mines.
The children do yearn for the
I
mines.
do yearn for them.
Which I hope someday someone's able to go down there and to really sort this out with modern geology. But at this point, it's a mystery.
You are
But
the faster you think. Put
That's
that on
true.
a shirt. Put that on a shirt.
But it's
Andy.
it's an interesting mystery at least. And it's given
It's
us
really cool to think about.
it's given us some spectacular fossils. There is a little problem with them though, and that is pyrite disease. See,
Pyrite disease is my enemy.
well, it's the enemy of all paleontologists. Oh, and really quick, to Horizon's question there, almost all of these are fully articulated. Like, it's
just like the animal, laid down and died. How weird. But Don Fairfield too. Toxic mud or
Yeah.
toxic water, also a
Yeah.
possibility. But you would
There's so
expect
many different possibilities
Yes.
that this could possibly happen through. I
yes,
don't think it would have been a volcanic event. I don't think it could have been one particular event.
and that's true. It could be multiple
I
things
think it's
happening.
multiple little things that really just
And
crunched them all.
and paleoanalysis is right. It's also weird that there's no carnivores with them.
Yeah, there's no
and-
carnivores that were found alongside them.
And if I recall correctly, very little to no signs of scavenging.
Yeah, there were no teeth marks. So that makes me think that it was toxic.
Which it
Because
could be.
why would they come in and they probably like smelt the methane or something, like a bad fart. And they're probably like, oh heck no. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They probably didn't want to be anywhere near that.
Yeah.
I think so.
I hope one day we can find out for sure.
Yeah.
But I do want to touch on pyrite disease a little bit because it is unfortunately important for paleontology. Sometimes you can get this mineral in fossils called fool's gold. You might have heard of it. It's nice and pretty and shiny until it rusts and it turns all gross looking. That's pyrite, usually iron pyrite. And it can get into bones, usually via groundwater. And then it starts to rust because pyrite rusts really, really quickly. As it does so, it expands and it flakes off bits of bone, bits and bits and bits, eventually turning an entire skeleton into dust. It is horrific. And one of the worst things you can have happen to your fossils. Oh, hey, we do have... That's it. That's a fun alternate question, actually. Nessie, do you have a favorite dino-themed video game?
Ha ha. Okay, so if you're older than the 1900s. So I was born in 1992. My favorite was the Jurassic Park Evolution game. Operation Genesis. And I saved up 3 years of Christmas money to get that game.
Oh.
And then my grandfather passed away and his computer went away with my CD still in it.
Oh, that's awful.
But I've played the new Jurassic World and Jurassic World 2 Evolution.
Yeah.
I've been playing those games. But no, my favorite game is actually Horizon Zero Dawn.
Consider it a dinosaur game.
I would too, but they're more like mechanical.
They're dinosaurs.
But it's a little bit harder. But that's my favorite. Don't tell me old. I'm not old.
For me, Jurassic Park Operation Genesis is a serious contender because I played that a ton too when I was a kid.
Oh, did y'all know that the new Turok game's coming out?
Yep, we're gonna be playing that.
Okay, the moment it came out, I spread the word and I was like, "Let's go!"
Yeah, that game was my childhood
did
too.
have a lot of ornithopods. You're right. Trespasser. Yeah.
I would say I would say a trespasser.
That was a good one, dude.
Oh, the
That
controls
was such a good
awful.
one.
Pulling a hand with a number pad. It was horrific.
That's terrible, dude.
I haven't played a dinosaur game in a long time. The last dinosaur game I played, I think I
Ark
remember
is
playing.
fine.
I played was Duck Hunt.
Duck Hunt.
Hey, that has dinosaurs in it. I'll count it.
Same thing. Different kinds of dinosaurs, but okay.
This is going to sound really weird, but my favorite dinosaur game right now might be a Minecraft mod that adds dinosaurs. Because you can bring them back to life and care for them like it's your own Jurassic Park. Yeah, I know it's nerdy, but it's fun.
It's fine. If y'all play Minecraft and get the first Jurassic World one, then you'll see me.
You're in the trailer, right?
No. Arc what? Okay. Hey, so I've already got one. I've already got an Arc server.
Oh,
Shit.
oh.
I'm sorry. Oops.
You're fine.
I already have an Arc server. I haven't been on there in almost a year. It's called Mesozoic Wanderers.
You do realize now that you've said that we have to play together, right?
Yeah, now I gotta bring not my house on my brachio.
Oh, you played with what mod is that? I know what mod adds a brachio. That's good.
I know.
Well, at any rate, Iguanodon, really cool. Oh no, we have another question. Are dragons a type of dino? So I feel a wyvern is hypothetically possible. And I say that because we do have dinosaurs that look like little wyverns.
Wyverns possibly, but only if it's legs.
Yeah.
Because the arms have to be.
The arms have to be the wings.
Yes.
Yeah. Six-legged dragons are not possible, but two-leg and two-wing dragons are possible. A dinosaur could evolve into that. But also, to all those conspiracy theorists who say that dragons are just dinosaurs, no. If that's what you meant, then no. And stop saying that, please. We actually have a pretty good history for most dragon myths, and we know what they're based on. A lot of them are just based on lizards and snakes, and they've been exaggerated over time. Nessie's running down to get a drink, so if you have any other questions right now, then please feel free to ask. Let's see. Something fun. I do agree Path of Titans is pretty good too, and they keep getting better with every update. If you're interested in trying dinosaur games, one of my favorite ones just got an update today. Beasts of Bermuda. You play as a dinosaur. They have, I think, 15 different species you can choose from, so there's quite a variety. And they just added Changuraptor as a variant option for playing a Velociraptor. It lets you glide. It's really fun.
Oh, just gotta say, between all our channels right now, we have 26 active viewers watching us right now. Between the
Yeah,
our
that's
three
not
channels.
bad. Oh, and we have a very good question. What does ornithopod mean? I forgot to translate that. So ornithopod is split into two words. Ornitho, meaning bird, and pod, meaning foot. Birdfoot. Which is interesting because theropods have more birdy feet, but I wasn't around in the 1800s.
To this question, technically, yes.
Well, technically because birds are dinosaurs. More sciencey side, asking if the group had any extra teeth in the earliest species. Not that I'm aware of. Tooth count in ornithopods seems to be a gradual increase as the group continues on. They start with a normal amount for Ornithischians, and then they go absolutely insane. Oh, and would any dinosaurs be friendly? Probably.
Yeah, compies.
Yeah, actually, I could believe that because predators seem to be easy to train. I bet Ceritopsians would just bite you at any given opportunity.
Well, I had 2 pet parrots growing up.
Yeah.
And I have black and blue bruises all over my arms. So it's a give or take with that one.
So what I'm hearing is Psittacosaurus would be the worst pet.
I feel like they wouldn't be great pets.
But you'd still want them.
But I'll still take them.
Especially as babies.
Yeah, I'll take the babies.
Well,
Who's ready to move on from iguanodon?
Let's move on from iguanodontids.
Oh, well, you shouldn't have said iguanodon.
Dang it. Interestingly enough, iguanodontids, ornithopods closely related to iguanodon, grew extremely diverse during the early Cretaceous. And this is a very niche, and it's been found all over the world, including South Africa. And they went in weird different places. So in Africa alone, these are the two extremely odd iguanodonts. So Ouranosaurus, which you all might know from if you ever played Ark, Jurassic.
No, it's not in Ark.
Ouranosaurus not an Ark?
It is as a mod.
Oh, yeah, that's my bad. It's a mod. Okay, but if you played Jurassic World or Evolution, the second one, you'd see Ouranosaurus. That's one of my favorite ones where you have to fly up in the helicopter and like, trank them.
Although the one in the Jurassic World games is a little weird.
Okay, but she's pretty.
I agree. Have you seen the Camp Cretaceous one?
Oh, I love Camp Cretaceous so much.
I mean, the
Bumpy is big.
I mean the model in Jurassic World Evolution 2. It looks like a sunfish.
It does. It does. Like a perch, a sunfish.
No.
Thing.
Like the big sunfish.
It has that big orange.
It's
into the
ugly.
blue. Oh, you don't like it?
I don't. I hate the Camp Cretaceous one. It's so ugly.
Well, there's that. But Ouranosaurus is a duck-billed dinosaur.
Yes. Well, kind of. It's an iguanodont.
It's an iguanodont.
It's
A
the
sailback. It's not a duck-bill. It's an iguanodontid. And I was working on.
Wait a sec. We have a question.
Random question.
What's the question?
If these dinosaurs were alive today, which one do you think would be raised for farm meat?
Oh gosh, Alma, yes. So many. Where do we even start with that question? Godzilla
For
is
meat?
one.
I feel you probably want an ornithopod because they can eat just about anything, especially the later ones.
Yeah.
And some of them seem to have gotten pretty chunky. Actually, case in point here. Really quick, talking about these iguanodontids. Ouranosaurus, it's weird because it has a really high spine.
Yes, Dan. The artwork is a little bit different. And I even said that, especially with this bottom picture. I concur. But yeah, tell them the reason.
Okay. Well, I'll tell it in a second, because Ouranosaurus, big sail, weird. Some people think it was a hump. I think they're wrong. The other dinosaur is extra weird. Now, you might look at it and think those limbs are too short. They're not. This is Lurdusaurus. It is a fascinating iguanodont from North Africa. Its bones are super thick and dense.
And I do that.
You do what?
I do histology.
Yep. Nessie here looks at bones.
I'm a destructive paleontologist.
But it also has really short limbs. So Lurdusaurus may have been convergent with hippos, weirdly enough, in the modern day. It may have been really good at swimming, or at least walking along the riverbeds. Looking at the bones, I think it's definitely possible. They're chunky.
Yeah, definitely not running from predators. I understand that.
Well, I mean, it's an iguanodont. It would probably just punch them.
There's.
Well, that said, iguanodonts aren't the only ornithopods we have. Now we're going to start getting into the really successful ones.
Can I do a one?
Yep, I think it's the next page. Oh, okay. Nessie's going to grab something quick. But starting in the middle to late Cretaceous, there's a new group of ornithopods that appear. And once they appear, they take over the world. These are the hadrosaurids, named for Hadrosaurus. And they have a different body plan than a lot of ornithopods.
A lot of these hadrosaurs have really tall, skinny bodies.
So I worked at MOR when we were doing the Parasaurolophus stuff. And they sound the same thing as this.
Nessie has a little horn here she wants to play when we get to Parasaurolophus.
Okay, get to Parasaurolophus.
I will in a second.
Okay, I'm excited.
Okay. These hadrosaurids usually have really tall spines on the back of their vertebrae. They have huge tails, and they have long legs and necks. They would have been really efficient walkers, interestingly enough. And a lot of them were large. On average, they neared about 30 feet in length, and some could have rivaled sauropods in size. And they split into two main groups.
Lambio.
This is a Corythosaurus.
It's a Corytho.
The hadrosaurs split into two major groups, the ones with crests and the ones without crests.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be looking at the crested ones first. But before that, I just want to say they do unholy things to the bones that are in their face.
Unholy.
So do you guys
mean,
think
hey.
the crest were a natural or sexual selection thing?
Right, go on then.
They were probably involved in communication and display. And I say that because most of these crests are hollow. Well, are we sure about that?
Or ontogeny. Horizon.
Well, they would have been an indicator of adulthood. We can say that because we have baby ones. But they probably were sexually selected for. They were probably used in communication because most of these crests are hollow. And the nasals, so the bones of the nose, run through them, so they would be able to snort and make noises. And if you know anything about anatomy and you're looking at this skull, it is heinous. So, really quick, the nasals are all the way back up here. Those are the nose bones and the back of the head.
That's crazy.
This is the premaxilla.
What the fuck?
So humans don't
fuck?
have this, but the premaxilla is an extra bone at the very front of the face. Usually extends the jaws a bit. Lambeosaurians decide to just stretch it over their forehead.
Okay, so did Parasaurolophus.
Parasaurolophus is the worst one.
I know. I love some Paras.
It's
Guys, help me out.
it's horrific. It's absolutely horrific, and I love that they exist, but I hate their anatomy. Okay,
I think they're the most beautiful. Uh-oh.
Horrible.
Totally tubular.
Yes.
I say that all the time.
Nessie will now try to replicate a
No,
Parasaurolophus.
No.
Not yet?
No. Go on. Finish.
Okay. Well, getting into
Is that a whole video?
yeah, it's a video of the calls. Well, one of the most famous, if not the most famous Lambeosaurian is Parasaurolophus.
Yeah.
And it takes this condition and makes it way worse. That is all nasal and premaxillary.
Isn't that crazy?
It's
I
horrific. I didn't know you helped excavate a para.
Oh, two.
Well, now I know. And like most Lambeosaurians, this huge crest is hollow, and it would have been able to blow through it to make noises. We have made computer and physical models to approximate the sound, but something important to consider is the real animal could probably use the crest in ways we just can't replicate, because it would have been made of flesh and bone. So it probably wouldn't sound exactly like this. But here is an approximation. This was done in 1997.
Oh, you didn't do a new one?
I haven't been able to find a new one. You do? Also, it's playing the noise.
It sounds like a trumpet. What was that?
Do it again,
Oh, sure. Oh,
please.
sure thing. I'll play it one more time. Hear it now? This is a really blaring error through the model. And I agree, very tooty. Huh, so weird. Oh, yep, and she's... Come on, you had it earlier.
I know I did so well.
That's better.
Because I feel like that's how their horns go
Yeah, off the back of their head.
They'd have been like, that's embarrassing. But there's cork still stuck in
Yeah,
here.
she just got it out of storage.
Oh, can't do it.
There you go.
Yeah. I feel like if I blew my nose, and I
Mhm.
was a Parasaurolophus, I feel like that's what it would have sounded like. It's okay.
Val has a good question down here. Don't deeper sounds carry further? They do.
Yes.
And considering just how big Parasaurolophus was, probably could have been pretty deep and pretty loud.
Okay. Can I get some claps in the chat for at least I figured out how to do the Viking horn? Please? Because, like, that's not easy.
No, I could probably try it, but it'd sound like I'm just blowing air. But there are a lot of these interesting Lambeosaurians, including some real oddballs, such as this little guy called Ajnabia. See, even though they're found all over the world, these hadrosaurs have some places where we just don't find them. One of them being North Africa, until just a couple years ago, when we found Ajnabia odysseus. It is a dwarf Lambeosaurian from Morocco. Also, people are clapping now. You're getting claps. Now, Ajnabia is known from fragmentary remains, but it seems to be an adult. At least the animal was no longer growing when it died. But it was only 10 feet long from its nose to its tail. Just a tiny, tiny dwarf or hadrosaur. But now, let's look at the other branch of the hadrosaurs. And these animals do a couple things really, really well. They grow big, some of them way too big, and they grow really big herds too. Oh, and a super quick to paleoanalysis question of island dwarfism. Possibly. Ajnabia's closest relatives appear to be some small species of European hadrosaurs. So it could be a migrant from the Cretaceous islands of Europe down to Africa. It's definitely possible. But anyway, the other group of hadrosaurs, the Saurolophines, we have not just one, we have many examples of dozens, hundreds, and thousands of these things dying en masse in these absolutely colossal bone beds. It just seems to be a common occurrence with them, and we don't know why.
other than apparently they lived in gigantic herds. And we also know that some of the larger members of this group, they become the largest non-sauropod dinosaurs on Earth.
Sauropelda.
Sauropelta.
I know.
These pictures here are of Shantungosaurus, which is
Say
often
it again, but louder.
Shantungosaurus,
Good. See? Okay.
which
You
is
can do that.
which is usually found to be the largest hadrosaur ever. If you want to stop and look at this picture or look at it through the link to the link we have in the description to this presentation, if you want to take a look at it,
I'm not talking
these
about
things are too
chicken,
big. They're just too big. They're gigantic.
Yeah. Yeah.
That skull is like 7 or 8 feet long. It's crazy.
Jurassic Park did have a decent design for dinosaurs.
I agree. Well, especially for the first couple movies.
And also being the first CGI.
Well, at least of its.
They were the first
Well,
CGI.
No, they weren't the first CGI. There was CGI before them. But they were the most ambitious at the time. Terminator 2.
Okay.
Terminator 2 is older and it used CGI for the Terminator. Those effects were part of what inspired Spielberg to try CGI.
First massive CGI. Because it was
I did not know that came out before Jurassic
It's-
Park.
I'm pretty sure it was Terminator. Yep,
Not-
1991. Yeah, the effects for the, what is it, T1000? I forget what the liquid metal
Jurassic
one
Park
is.
came out.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, fine. But it was the first massive
It was,
CGI.
yes, I agree.
With the Gallimimus.
Yeah, it was the first level of that ambition for CGI.
It's pretty cool.
Gee, I wonder if I agree. But at any rate, we're not gonna go right into the biggest of these saurophiles.
Saurus?
It is not. This is
What is that one?
a hadrosaur that you're familiar with, actually.
Is that my gribbo?
Yes. So while many of the lambeosaurines turn their nasals into a weird crest, some saurolophines just grow big noses.
A weird dentary.
And they have a weird dentary too?
Dentary.
Okay. They might use these noses for resonating chambers or just to make a big crest to show off.
If you follow me on TikTok or see one of my shorts,
Yes.
everyone says it's a big potato. But that's the dentary of
Yes.
Agriposaurus.
For anyone watching through my channel or Vendalia's, please do check out Nessie's channel. She has several shorts of her working at Agriposaurus dig site.
Yeah, I'm working, and it's called the duck butt site.
I'm gonna guess because its butt was found first.
Yeah, because we got 5 centrums. The vertebrae got 5 centrums. Half of one femur, and a lot of a big metacarpals and tarsals.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but that Griposaurus is what you call a super duck.
She's super duck. So this will be the second super duck that I'm working on. The first super duck, we pulled all of her out. You can find her at the Red-Eared Field Station, the Red-Eared Museum. But this one is even bigger. I've never seen a bigger duck than this.
Yeah?
I've never seen
Is it bigger than any Edmonto you've seen?
Yes. Yes.
See, this is another weird thing that saurolophines do. You get about an average size for most of them. They might be 30-ish feet. And then you get a rare one that's just, setting new records. Just smashing records.
This is Daddy Ducky. Wow, this one's huge.
Yeah, and it's same species. It's just one turns out to be 2/3 bigger than the rest. And do we have any idea why? Like, you've done histology on them, I'm sure.
Yeah, I've done histology.
Are their bones weird? Do we think they had a growth hormone issue?
Series for this one is 38 years old.
It's 38 years. That's old.
For a
Is
duckbill.
that old for a duckbill?
Yes. They're
So-
typically 26.
Mhm.
The oldest Parasaurolophus we have is 26.
So does it seem like they grew linearly and they just kept growing?
I think so.
Okay, they didn't plateau like most dinosaurs?
No, they didn't plateau. They just kept going up.
I actually didn't know that. That's good to know.
So now we know that this super duck, which we call the duck butt site,
Yep.
is almost 30 years old. That's crazy.
The more you know, huh, folks? And I also wanted to bring up something else with the Gryposaurus. Oh.
Yeah, we went on all fours trail, right? What a crazy time to be alive.
So, Horizon, can you corroborate Vanessa's story? Is it a really big duck butt?
Horizon, please
Well,
corroborate my story.
while we wait for that, I also wanted to bring up, we're at the stage of ornithopods where they start getting too many teeth, and they start developing a really, really weird method of chewing that was apparently absurdly effective.
They have such crazy teeth.
Yeah. This is the jaw of, I believe this is a Gryposaurus, actually. I think it's the lower jaw, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
And as everyone can see, it's just teeth stacked up in what's called a dental battery. And the upper jaw has a matching set, and as the jaw closes, they just grind against each other. I believe one of the sets of teeth kind of bulges out as it grinds, right? And it's just a giant shredder. And we know from their coprolites that these things basically just ate anything they could get in their mouths. It's spooky. It's weird. But there is another Saurolophine that is
Okay,
very
sarcastic
thick.
Thyreophid. I see you. Don't
Right.
do it. No, he my buddy. He my best friend.
So, at a little known site called Egg Mountain, we have found, and actually, Nessie here in particular has found, well, people have found thousands of nests from a dinosaur called Maiasaur. Just thousands of them. So many eggs, too many to count, and dozens of skeletons of babies and adults. We have hundreds of just individuals of this dinosaur.
Yeah.
And we have so many from the same sites that we can do population studies on them. And we can get statistics for a group of extinct dinosaurs, which you can't do for almost anything else. It's absolutely crazy. Oh, I see that. Eddie, Titanoboa lived about 5 million years too late to do that.
Yeah. Titanoboa was way later.
Well, I guess the babies could have hunted birds. Ooh, also a fun question. Any computer models for muscles for the tooth wonders? Anything special besides the teeth or jaws? If so, we do know what their musculature looks like.
No, Horizon. You and I were there together at the duck butt site. That's what that site was. We called her duck butt.
Hmm.
The large hadrosaur. That's called duck butt.
Oh, at any rate, we do know what the muscles for these dinosaurs looked like because we found a lot of mummies too.
I'll send you a video.
Oh dear. Yeah. I guess Nessie has to correct Horizon here. Oh, and Chosen Undead is asking, can someone help me get into paleontology? Well,
Well, we don't want to ask that, but we can do that. If you want to get involved in paleontology, honestly, it depends on what you're interested in. If you work at a museum and you tell people about dinosaurs, you're involved with paleontology. You can teach them about it online. You can study. One of the things I would highly recommend is learn how to read scientific papers, because you want to be reading the original research, especially if you want to do science communication. You want to read and read and read and read, because a lot of science media doesn't do a great point of communicating information. And that goes from news articles to even documentaries. They sometimes mess things up. But depending on your age, I'm sure there's courses in high school or college you can take that would help get you more towards paleontology. A lot of universities let you sit in on a geology class if you want to learn a bit about that. And almost every museum will accept volunteers. And you can volunteer to teach people about animals, or maybe even work in the prep lab and back.
And another big thing is don't be afraid to go after what you want.
Yes.
Shoot for your goals.
If you want to be a paleontologist, don't let anyone stop you. There is always a way you can get into the field. I mean, heck, until last year, I was stuck in Iowa for like my entire life. There are no dinosaurs in Iowa. I got myself out here and I got started following my dreams.
What do you mean?
Anyone can do it. Oh, Sparrow here is asking how much longer we'll be going. We'll probably be wrapping up within the next half hour or so, depending on how things go.
Okay, so you want us to move on? Got it.
Oh,
So the great mother lizard.
yes.
Oh, good mother. No, she's a great mother. Maiasaura pibosorum. I worked on her in Shoto. You got
Shoto near Egg Mountain. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not
that's
in the
Egg
States.
Mountain. Do you want
Well, actually, next is one of the population studies.
to? Okay. I helped with that.
Yeah.
What the fudge?
Yeah, so you've done research on Maiasaura, right?
I have.
Done osteology or...
Osteology, histology, and geomorphometric data.
Yep, and helped dug them up too.
Uh-huh.
How many of them have you sent to the Museum of the Rockies?
6. Unless you count the other 2, then that would be 8.
I mean, do you count the other 2?
I do, in my heart.
But yeah, there's been so much research done on this animal. We know how many of them survived hatching and got to adulthood. Like, out of 1,000 babies, usually about...
Sawyer was originally described by Jack Horner and Bob Harmon. Rest his soul. He died in the field. It's a long story. Yeah, so amazing.
But at any rate, we have enough of these things that we know about half of them. So half out of a clutch 1,000, which is really, really good for most animals, would make it to sexual maturity. About 200 or 300 would reach skeletal maturity and become fully grown, which again, still really good. And then, weirdly enough, the survival rate really drops off, which isn't too uncommon with a lot of animals.
Thanks, Val.
But you said your Grippo was 38?
Grippo's bigger.
Well, I know it's bigger, but it's also kind of interesting to see that even within these hadrosaurids, we have such a difference in how long they live. Because it seems a lot of Maiasaura would probably die before reaching the age of even 12 or 14.
Yeah, that's true. Wait. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
It's 2 a.m. where you are? Sorry. Across the country.
Yeah?
Yeah, I know. I know my Sora people storm was described. 216. 6 o'clock here.
Well, 216. Oh, probably over in Europe.
Thanks, European friends. Take me with you. Take me with you.
It's okay.
America's dying.
Well, at least it has a lot of dinosaurs.
It's a why I'm here.
I know.
For the dinosaurs.
Well, I will say really quick. So apparently Horizon lives in Vermont. They flew across the country to dig.
Okay, my little bug loving bee.
Don Fairfield says no dinos anywhere around me, but Ice Age stuff. If you want to get started in paleo, just start with any fossils nearby. Like there are going to be fossils just about everywhere you go, and you can study them.
I love them.
Yeah, I mean, if all that's around you is Ice Age, but you're interested in dinosaurs, you can still start with Ice Age. It's pretty easy for people to transition from one part of the field to another. It's a fairly small field.
Oh, Jesus!
It's okay. It's okay.
But
Anyway.
Say his name.
Anyway.
Paleoanalysis.
Moving on
right.
from Myosora, maybe.
So did we finish speaking about Myosora?
Yeah. A lot of them die in their early teens or earlier, which for us humans, that might sound kind of weird since we're kind of used to living at least into our 40s or 50s. But that's not that rare for a lot of animals. Most, even large animals, usually don't live more than a decade or so. It's interesting.
I'm a vertebrate paleontologist. I love dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not giving
well, vertebrate. That's a pretty broad topic.
Oh, Benali's talking.
You said you're a vertebrate one. Vertebrates are a pretty large topic.
That's true, but even within that there are specialties. But you can switch from one to another. Are you having trouble? Technical difficulties.
Okay, fine. What does Bengali have to say?
He was just saying vertebrate paleontology is still a broad topic.
Yeah, so broad topic.
It happens. But now we're moving on to the cow of the Cretaceous. This animal on screen is possibly the most common and well-studied dinosaur of the latest Cretaceous, Edmontosaurus.
We're not comparing it to mammals.
We're not. I've just heard people call it the cow of the Cretaceous.
Tastes like beef.
Maybe. But with Edmontosaurus, even among the large hadrosaurs, it is a weird giant because it was common for the adults to reach 40 feet in length. And it was fairly common for some individuals to push past 50. It's one of the biggest non-sauropod dinosaurs we've ever found. And they were all over North America. We have their fossils stretching all the way from northern Alaska to, let's see, I believe, would the most southern ones be in Utah? Or did they make it to Texas?
No. Well, are we talking about acrocants?
No, we're talking about Edmontosaurus.
Edmontosaurus, yeah.
Yeah, think about to Utah. So most of North America. And they moved in gigantic herds, like bison scale herds, tens of thousands of individuals. And because there were so many living at any one time, we have a ton of their fossils, and we have a bunch that are so well preserved, they have skin impressions. And a lot of them. Thank you for moving the cameras. Over here on the right is an Edmontosaurus hand, and pretty much all of it is there. This hand came from a mummy called Dakota. And Dakota is so well preserved, it taught us that Edmontosaurus had a hoof on its front legs, which is something we'd never seen before. But it's beautiful. It has a hoof and it has a little finger hanging off.
Crazy. That's so crazy.
And we have other specimens that showed that at least some individuals would have had a little, like, rooster comb on the back of their head. So even though they didn't have a bony crest, seems like some hadrosaurs still grew crests. And we also have full body mummies that show that some of them would have had banding on their tails. So we even know not the colors they were, but the patterns they had on their
Big
bodies.
Bend. Yes. Texas. Big Bend.
Oh, so they made it to Texas.
Yeah.
Near
Cleburne.
Okay.
Cleburne, Texas.
And
Yes.
so Don Fairfield here saying Edmonto climate was that.
What's that?
That's
What's that?
pretty accurate, to be honest. Because like I said, we have Edmontosaurus in northern Alaska, which again, the Cretaceous was warmer than today, but it still would have gotten below freezing in the winter. It would have been dark for 2 to 3 months out of the year. And we know they raised their babies that far north. Because we
Lucky
have
them.
because we have eggshells and bones from baby Edmontosaurus that far north,
Ain't that something?
which is absolutely crazy.
pretty crazy.
And just to give people an idea, this is what one of those multi-individual bone beds looks like. This, if you know anything about paleontology and you've seen a site map, this is an absolute nightmare. And this is only from about 60 to 70 individuals. Keep in mind, there are ones with thousands.
Big Gramsci.
Yes. But that is the end of our presentation, I do believe. So
If anyone has any questions, we would love to welcome that, right?
yes, if you have any questions,
Yep. Got any questions?
if you'd like to send them in the form of a super chat, those get highlighted for us, and it helps Nessie and I do field work.
Yeah. So if you want to ask questions about what we're doing out here in Wyoming, that would be great.
Yep.
If you have any, like, I don't know, critiques as well.
Sure. Anyways, we could maybe improve future streams. If you want to hear about a rock, ask us our favorite rock.
Thank you so much, Alma. Thank you so much, Mr. Fairfield.
Yeah. Yeah, really. Thanks everyone for stopping by.
We really appreciate that.
Uh,
Son, you got any questions, girl?
we have a question from Sparrow here.
New Mexico and paleontology is okay. So
There's
it's
a
not,
lot.
but it's not what you think it would be.
Really?
No, there's like some dinosaur stuff, but as far as I've experienced, it's primarily for Cambrian.
Isn't the Kaiparowitz New Mexico?
Yes.
That's full of dinosaurs. It's equivalent to Dinosaur Park.
Okay, so if you want to go to the northwestern corner of New Mexico, find you some dinos up there, girl.
Caden's asking, how can he get out here? Because he'd love to help dig us or help us dig fossils.
Caden, come here. I need all the help I can get.
Yes, we're gonna be digging some things up this year, so we'll take any help we can get.
Oh, are you kidding me, Logan? Logan.
Why are you guys so cool?
I'm just me, baby.
Depends on who you.
Same here.
Piss. Nuh-uh.
We don't try. We just are.
I'm just a dinosaur nerd.
Oh, okay. So, Mr. Paleo Analysis, I'm gonna use your full governmental name. Was it okay? Was this fine?
Let's see. Dawn's
Doing the eyeball thing to me. You know I don't like the eyeball thing.
Dawn saying on streams, maybe learn toggling sizes of various boxes. That would be a thing
What's
for
that mean?
Vandalia, not us.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, that has to be him.
So they're critiquing your setup, Vandalia.
Yeah, I need a if you want to. I need money to hire a professional to do this
Oh.
for me.
Thank you, Don.
Ooh. Yes, Don is asking what ate Edmontosaurus?
Ooh,
I
all of the things.
I think they had one main predator.
Oh, which one was that?
Gee, I don't know how many pieces of paleo art can I find for it,
Oh, why don't you say who it was?
because there's good paleo art for it.
Oh, yeah. Please use Chris Davies' art or
Did DiPiazza do?
it's quite obvious what
Um,
just use that one.
Okay.
Yeah, use
Oh,
that one.
Yep. I'm pretty sure this is Mark
Woo!
Whitten. I think everybody knows what was hunting in Montosaurus.
Godzilla.
Oh,
Mm.
Caden wants to make a dino documentary. Sounds like fun.
All right, let's do it. Let's go.
Ooh.
Let's make it less shaky than Cloverfield.
uh,
How much people on fire in the subway?
well, Eddie is wondering how dinosaurs
That
would
one.
tolerate weather today. It is on. Eddie's curious how dinosaurs would tolerate weather today. Probably pretty well, to be honest with you.
There was more oxygen back then, so that would be a difficult
Not late
question.
Cretaceous. Late Cretaceous is about equivalent to today.
Still
No, it's about
35
the
minutes
same.
ago, it's still
A lot less
Still
CO2
different.
than
Still
in modern
different.
day. Or a lot more CO2 back then, actually, weirdly enough.
You son of a bitch.
Hey.
Oops. I'm gonna call you. What even is that question? Stop doing that.
It's okay.
No, I love you to pieces.
Don is meaning, I guess, in extreme areas like Texas and Alaska. They probably would have handled it pretty well. Maybe not
Okay.
modern Alaska so much.
Look, I didn't use the whole curse word the whole time until
It's
after the
fine.
fact. My bad, y'all. My bad.
Oh, a lot of dinosaurs would love Florida. That's true.
Okay, first of all, Logan, you know what I'm gonna say.
Oh dear. Please be nice.
I love you.
Oh no.
Because you spelled T-Rex correctly.
Wow, you are a dino nerd, aren't you?
My true love.
A lot of people don't spell it. A lot of people don't spell it correctly.
A lot of people don't.
No, they don't.
Let's see. Oh, wait. Paleoanalysis says you guys should do a live stream with Paleoanalysis. Hey, if you're inviting both of us, I'm down.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, sounds like fun. All right. Well, with that said, I think we are probably good to draw to a
we're gonna wrap up here.
Yeah.
All right. Anything you want to advertise coming up on your channels?
Yeah. So if you want to pop over to YO Paleo, I'm gonna be doing some Big Al things, Allosaurus things, and then I'm also gonna be talking about Pachycephalosaurus here pretty soon. Like Marsupials and broad, but mostly Packies. I'm gonna be highlighting my research. So if you want to come over and see what I'm getting ready to do, I love that.
Yep. And that is at YPaleo, WY Paleo.
Just click the name and the title of my. I got both the links in the title of my video. Just click their names on the title, and they'll take you right to their channels.
And as for me, I'm Doc Dino or Doctor Dino on YouTube. Again, spelled like I'm German because it's funny.
I do a lot of little dinosaur and rock-based content. I'm actually trying to do a lot more of that recently, and people seem to be liking it. So if you too are curious about the rocks around you, come say hi. I also do a lot of longer dino content like this.
Yes.
Oh, you watch Beast Wars?
So,
We're going to talk about that after this.
so, so coming up for a future podcast, which clay do you guys want to focus on next?
I would like to do Pachycephalosaurus.
We already did those.
No,
Yeah, we did.
hardcore. I want Dracorex, Digimoloch,
We did. No.
Wymingensis. No, harder.
I mean,
Whatever you want, I'll make my own video.
I feel like we could do that in a different, like, he's meaning for the series that we're doing.
Right, for the series
we're
should
moving
do
on.
probably.
Our options are either Cretaceous sauropods or some clade within Theropoda. So we haven't done any of the theropods.
Can we
yet.
do like Allosaurus? Because
Hey, that'd be fun. Yeah. How about Allosauroids?
Okay.
So we can even get into
All right,
Anacro.
just
yeah,
tell cool. Just text me when you're ready, and be sure to do it before 8 hours before the stream.
No,
Sure.
Caden. No, Caden. I'm my own employer. That's so sweet, though.
All right, well, we will see you next time.
Cephalosaurus harder.
The funniest thing I've ever heard.
Hey, thanks for watching my podcast or Let's Play. If you want to help support my channel, you can make a monthly or yearly pledge on Patreon, or just a one-time donation on Vimeo, PayPal, or Cash App. For those looking for something to wear, we have some shirts, hats, and other stylish things in our merch store. If you enjoy gaming, you can always follow and sub to me on Twitch. For those who don't want to give money, I have an Amazon and Steam wish list who can help the channel out. And of course, just liking, leaving a comment, and sharing this video helps more than you can imagine. And always remember to never stop learning and enjoy the randomness.